Torah is just a long string of numbers. Some say that it's a code sent to us from God.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, that's just good stuff. Check this out, okay? The word for the Garden of Eden, Kedem. Numerical translation, 144. Now the value of tree of knowledge, all right, in the garden, right? Eitz HaChaim, 233. 144, 233. And you can take those numbers. So the,
you know, like the Fibonacci sequence.
Fibonacci.
Fibonacci is an Italian mathematician in the 13th century. If you divide 144 into 233, the result approaches theta.
Theta?
Theta. The Greek symbol for golden ratio, golden spiral.
Wow. I never saw that before. That's like that series you find in nature? Like the face of a sunflower?
Wherever the spirals.
You see this math everywhere.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And today I'm about to do some reviewing of my debate performances at DebateCon 5. Before I even get into that, I want to sort of start it off a little light, something little light, you know what I mean? I got a clip that I want to share you guys. Just a short clip. And so I did 2 debates at DebateCon. By the way, if anyone drops a super chat, I'll stop and read it because there's no reason we have to wait till the end because it was just chilling, having fun, doing reviews. I'm going to be here for a couple hours. Got me a bottle of my wine, like always. Late night stream. You know how I do it. So with super chats, I'll look at comments as much as I can. Obviously, I can't see every single one, but we'll see what we can do. Rami Hader, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Good to see you in the chat, as always. And so, I want to start off with something light. So, I was able to debate against Apostate Prophet in the subject of which is worse, Islam versus Christianity. Now, obviously, I didn't feel too strong about that debate, but I did say up front, to be clear, I did say, my position is not that Islam is better. My position is that Christianity isn't better than Islam. They both appear to be, in my opinion, 2 type of religions that are dogmatic at the very core and produce a certain society that ends up in a result that, to me, is either way bad. So, that's to simplify things. We'll get into that when I start reviewing the debate. The other debate I did was with Andrew Wilson. And before I even talk about that, let me just play a clip real quick.
Now, because there was really nothing else around to eat, somehow I made it to a table where Gnostic Informant, Neil, was sitting, and somehow he managed to prop me upright long enough to pour some kind of thing he called like IV something, emergency IV, which is supposed to hydrate you immediately. He poured that shit in my water bottle, shook it up, and said, drink that, you'll feel better. And he was right. Worked like a charm. Gnostic Informant saved my life that day. A filthy atheist, soon to be the guy I was going to debate, sat me upright, poured it in, shook it up, liquid IV, down the hatch, an ibuprofen on top of it. I was ready to go.
I guess if there's anything I could be what's the word? I guess if there's any expertise that I bring to the table throughout the years of everything I've done, it's which drugs to do when you're knocked out. What drugs do you need to wake you back up? All right, anyways, jokes aside, the Christ thing aside, I debated Andrew Wilson. That was the second night. And normally Andrew Wilson will win. The way he tries to win is like Mike Tyson. He's trying to go for the knockout. I'll even give you an example. When I first debated Andrew Wilson, he got me real good. He got me real good with a KO, at least a knockdown. If it wasn't a KO, it was a knockdown where he put me on the spot and asked me I was talking about science and Galen and Aristotle. And he said, what's the scientific method? People say this is one of his many 1-2 punches that he practices or whatever, one of his moves. I didn't know about it. I started stuttering because I didn't remember. I mean, it's such an easy observation, hypothesis, test, right? And I couldn't think of it on the spot. It's been a while since I've read the definition of the scientific method. So he got me with that one the first time we debated. He was going for the knockout punch in that one. This time he was more like Floyd Mayweather. He wasn't trying to go for the knockout punch. He was on the ropes, just dodging punches. Like I don't know if you guys are boxing fans. I used to watch boxing all the time. And some fighters go in for the knockout. Some fighters don't. Some fighters are more strategic, and they will let the other boxer sort of swing away. And those count against you. Punches that you don't land count against you. So Floyd Mayweather, who was so fast and quick and agile, he would win fights with hardly ever throwing any punches, just to get a couple body shots. And he would just win just from dodging the opponent. Well, I think that's what Andrew's preferred fight style was in this debate. And he did a pretty good job of avoiding all of my attempts. So the crowd did vote for him. He did win technically. But I want to review that for my audience, see what they think. So I have a lot to say about that too. All right. First thing I want to get into is recently, as soon as they got back, Apostate Prophet, Aspiring Philosophy, and David Wood, they went right into it. They didn't even hesitate. I think the day they got back from the flight, they were already doing reviews on the debate. That's good for them. So I want to see what they said. I already watched a couple clips of it. Some of it's about me. Some of it's about Cross. I saw both clips. So first, I just want to play a clip of them talking about me, and I want to respond to it. And it also has to do with the debate too. So it's actually a perfect thing to bring up. So you guys, this is where they were talking. Okay, this is it.
It was beautiful. Hey, what is that 1922 laptop you got there, AP? Is that your laptop?
Yeah.
Is that what you stream and stuff on?
Yes.
Oh my goodness! Get a Predator laptop like that.
Exactly. That's a solid laptop, man. It's a very solid laptop there.
Trade that thing in.
So at one point, Gnostic Informant made the argument that, of course, got to me, because you guys know when it comes to child marriage, I'm not going to stand for that. But he decided to make a child marriage argument here, which was so bad, and I loved AP's reaction.
Okay. He talked about, the first thing he brought up was sexual intercourse with children. This is an idea that comes straight from the culture of Judeo-Christianity. Early Christian sources from the early 2nd century to middle 2nd century say that Mary was 12 years old when she was betrothed to Joseph. Being betrothed to someone means they can do whatever that they.
What an idiot!
All right, I want to stop right there. Being betrothed, they're right. The word betrothed doesn't mean marriage. However, I did actually look into it. betrothal and marriage mostly happen during the same ceremony. So they're correct that by saying being betrothed means you can do anything is false. However, the point still stands. What I'm saying, that 12 is was the normal age for betrothal and marriages. Betrothal was actually usually happened earlier, around 7 sometimes. Not the norm. I'm saying this was allowed, not the norm. And I never said this in the debate either. Never said it was the norm. This was allowed in Judeo-Christian culture to have children young, getting betrothed, and then married by the time after they hit puberty and around 12. So they're laughing and calling me idiot, but I'm going to show the receipts. Let me just finish this thought out real quick.
But you guys said he's nice, so I don't know.
That's Islam taking the same culture from them. I don't know what's funny about that. That's literally that's how the culture was. That's what Islam adopted. By the way, laughing at something isn't a rebuttal. I just want people to realize that. But all right, let's see what he says.
What's funny about it is I can explain this very, very simply. What's funny about the funny thing is I didn't even take the time to really respond to this.
Yeah,
there was just so much to respond to. I didn't really respond to this. He said something. Okay, look, he was cool. He was very nice and all, but what he says there about betrothing is complete nonsense. He says that Mary, according to sources, was betrothed at the age of 12, and betrothing means that you can just, the guy can just do it.
So the source does say she was betrothed at 12, but they're correct. Betrothal doesn't mean you can do whatever you want with somebody. Betrothal means it's like a marriage, this is like a promise to marry this person. Normally, according to some of the sources that I'm going to present in a minute, normally the betrothal and marriage just happen in the same ceremony. However, in some cases, normally in like some sort of royal marriage or some sort of like some dynasty marrying on a dynasty family or something, they would betroth their children way younger, like 7, so that nobody else can come along and claim that marriage. So people were like assigned marriages very young. Again, I'll present that in a second. I just want to make sure all the cards are on the table before I start bringing the sources.
Do anything. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Betrothing just means that just basically means engaging, promising. That's it.
And
that's right.
And I got up in the Q&A and I was like, you mean the second century sources, the ones where Mary's perpetual virginity is central, the one where she's betrothed to this 90-year-old Joseph, so he can.
By the way, in the debate, I never actually said the Proto-Evangelion of James. I just said that the sources in the second century discuss Mary being betrothed at 12 to highlight that's what the culture was doing. Not to say anything about Mary being like mishandled or sexually abused. I never said that at all. I don't know why that got like assumed for some reason. Anyways, I think there's enough being said here for me to start bringing in some sources. So, first of all, when you actually look at, so I'm just going to bring a couple of things up. By the way, this is what Michael, normally what I like to do is I like to go into the primary sources and look for an actual text from that time period, like the Proto-Evangelion of James. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's reflecting the culture. Doesn't matter if it's a historical fact or not. If there's a source from the second century that is a text written by Christians, doesn't matter if the story is true. What you can still draw from it, the culture. You can still draw from it, sort of, I don't know, principles that are being applied by the author. Especially as something as popular as the Proto-Evangelion of James. That text was in circulation in Christian circles all the way until the 5th century, until one of the popes denounced it. I think it was, I forgot which pope it was. In the 5th century he did, and then that was the end of it. And then game over for that text. Anyways, but early on it was popular. Now, they assumed that was the only source that I was talking about. Not sure why. There's a whole bunch of sources on this. And then scholarship is all unison, pretty much at unison with this. Let me just pull it up. So this is what IP, not IP. This is what IP likes to do. He likes to just find a book that agrees with him. So I'm just going to do the same. Mary John, PhD, professor at Jawaharlal Nehru University, Child Marriage in an International Frame, peer-reviewed by Routledge in 2023, says, Until the 17th century in England, children over 7 were of ripe age to marry. 7, not 16, not 12, 7 were of ripe age to marry. The Blackstone laws changed this to 12. Wow, what a great upgrade, guys. They upgraded it to 12 for girls and 14 for boys. This is an 18th century England, not the 5th or 4th or 3rd century. This is all the way in the 18th century. Okay, forget about the primary sources from the 2nd century. This was still going on all the way into the modern period. Who was doing it? Christians and Jews. That's who was doing it. There's no other reason for this. Anyways. Michael Satlow, PhD, Indiana University, Jewish Marriage in Antiquity, peer-reviewed by Princeton University, says men should marry early. This Beretta advises a man to marry his sons close to the age of puberty. Men should marry when young, but women should marry when younger. Tanaitic sources give to a man the legal power to betroth his daughter while she is still a minor, under the age of 12, and perhaps a little past. And they clearly assume that he will use it, sometimes at very young ages. Okay. Is that all? No. Nicholas Siret, historian, professor, University of Kansas, peer-reviewed by the University of North Carolina Press, writes, this was true for the South among a number of different racial and socioeconomic groups. While some colonial-era planter families had married their children as young as 8 or 9 to each other in order to solidify family dynasties as young as 8 or 9. Is what the data shows. This practice had largely been eliminated by the antebellum era. It took all the way until the Enlightenment for this practice to start to fade out, the antebellum era, right? And it took all the way until modern periods before people started saying, dude, this is weird. Let's not do this anymore. This is a little weird, dude. Whatever happened to Eros? Whatever happened to the days when Eros would strike you with his bow and you'd fall in love and you would choose under the contract of Mithras, or the god Hymen in earlier times before Mithras. So in early antiquity, the god Hymen would marry people. And in late antiquity, it was the god Mithras, the god of oaths. People would marry based on love. Now, I'm not saying that there wasn't arranged marriages in royal, patrician, high class Roman pagans. Of course, there were. I've read sources in Plutarch about the Vestal virgins. Basically, after they did their term. After their term was up, they had like 10 years of stop barking. They had 10 years of training, 10 years of performing, 10 years of teaching. After the 30-year term is up, I think they'd be like 30. I think they started around 7 or something, or 12, and they'd be like in their late 30s by the time they were done. Then Caesar, whoever was Caesar, would marry them out to strategically to whoever, the Syrian governor, whoever's in Syria, farther the better, because you're trying to strengthen the bonds of the Roman Empire all across these lands. So what they would do is they would marry off one of these Vestal virgins, because the Vestal virgins, because after they completed their term, they were extremely powerful, and everyone wanted to marry them. They were the ruler of their household, because they had a salary from Rome and a plot of land given to them. So they would get some sort of plot of land somewhere. And then all these like high ups from all these different countries, Syria, Egypt, Israel, whatever, Phrygia, they would want to marry these Vestal virgins and start a family and become part of the patrician class in that region. This is part of the ancient world. This is what people did. But I was kind of making a joke about the Eros thing. People, I'm not saying that Christians couldn't marry out of love. I'm not saying that. Whatever. Anyways, that's what I wanted to get into first. Let's keep going. There's more.
Prevent her from ever losing her virginity. That's where Islam got their idea they can have sex with children from. I
don't know why he thought I said that. That I've never made that claim. You just told. By the way, this is what IP does. I'm going to demonstrate this. He does this with Cross. When he's reviewing Cross, some of the things Cross says, I don't know if he's not that bright or if he is kind of bright and he's really dishonest about he completely misrepresents what Cross says, and I'll get to it, but like this is what he does. I don't know if he's doing that here. Never did I say Islam gets their idea from child marriage from Mary. All I did was say there are sources from the 2nd century and 3rd century and late 1st that show in Judeo-Christianity the culture was sometimes people got married young, betrothed very young, married around 12. In the case of Mary, I brought up that source. Even Mary got betrothed at 12. That was just me adding to what I'm saying. That's not me saying everyone got this from Mary. So he completely misrepresents what I said here. I don't know why he did that. I think he did it on purpose or he's really dumb.
Makes no sense.
Oh, you brought that up? That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. I brought that up in the Q&A, and
you should turn that into a separate little video and actually pull the source up. Yeah. So and it's important in the source where she's betrothed at 12 and so on. And they say Joseph, we need you to marry this girl and so on.
I actually hope you do make that clip because then everyone's going to see how much you misrepresented what I actually said. They're going to go, wait. If anyone above the IQ of 75 watches that, they're going to go, wait, I didn't hear him say that Mary was sexually abused or that was the reason why Islam decided that Aisha should marry at 9. I never said that. So where's the, how's that being, what's going on there? Go ahead, make that video.
Because she's going to be a virgin and someone you basically need to watch out for her and so on. And he's going, no, people are going to think I'm a pervert if I married a young girl.
Exactly.
And he's like, he doesn't want to do it. He's refusing because he doesn't want people to think.
That's not why he says it. He doesn't say because I'm going to be a pervert. He says because let's pull it up. Let's pull up the source. I'm going to keep playing it. I'm going to pull it up.
I think he's some creepy,
if I can find
the old pervert who marries a young girl. And they're like, no, we all know, man. We all know you're not going to be doing anything. It's like clearly made up sources and so on. But
not only that.
It's
right. It's made up sources. Exactly. It didn't happen. So what's the point? So what are you talking about? I even said that too. I even said that the case of Mary's obviously different. She's the mother of God. You'll see in a second. It comes up.
What Gnostic Informant did, and to be fair, he probably didn't even intentionally do this. He probably looked up someone's dawa response because they do this. They'll say, "Oh, what are you talking about? Joseph was banging Mary, Jews 12 and stuff." Exact opposite of what the source is saying.
Well, even to that, like when I pointed this out in the Q&A, Gnostic Informant was like, "Yeah, but that was just the practice." That is blatantly false. Read Michael Satlow, Amram Troper, excuse me.
So the reason why Joseph does it is because he's so old. He's way older than she is, not because of her age being 12. He never says anything about her age. He says it because of his own age. Here, I'll pull it up. That was kind of a slick move, I'm not going to lie, but it's not working. So, look, Joseph refused. And lo, a dove came forth of the rod and flew upon the bead of Joseph, and the priest unto him, unto thee hath it fallen. Take the virgin of the Lord and keep her for thyself. This is obviously an old translation. And Joseph refused, saying, I have sons. See, the first thing he says is, I have sons, and I'm an old man. He doesn't say, no, dude, she's 12, bruh. Bruh, she's 12. He doesn't say that. He says, I have sons. I am an old man, and she is a girl, lest I become a laughingstock to the children of Israel. So, like, by the way, I'm defending a position I didn't even take, by the way. I didn't even say that this was some sort of example of something horrible happening. I never said that. I said Mary being betrothed at 12 in the sources reflects the culture itself. As you're about to find out, you're going to hear me say this to Michael Jones, and he still doesn't get it. He still goes home later and talks about it like he doesn't understand what I just said. All right. Let's play that clip still.
Brent Shaw, Keith Hopkins, they all show that in the Roman world, including Palestine, girls were marrying between their late teens to early 20s. Kim Phillips.
So this is classic IP. Classic IP. Most people in most cultures that aren't being married through some ritual religious thing or some royal marriage thing will be later. I never denied that, never said otherwise. This is an association fallacy by like textbook, because most people doesn't matter between what's accepted in the culture. For example, the average could be 18, and that's probably true. There's probably some truth to that. The average could be 25 for all we know. Let's say it's fucking 30. Who cares? The point is, when you have a society that allows for children to be married at 7, betrothed at 7, and married at 12, that's saying something about the culture allowing it. So when I say, where do you think Islam got their ideas from? Judeo-Christian culture. I'm not saying because the averages of most plebs, we're talking about plebs here, who are a lot more free, believe it or not. Plebs have a lot more freedom than higher classes do, as far as marriage goes. So they will tend to, might take longer for them to get married, have kids. I'm not denying that. These are two different things Michael Jones is talking about here. I don't know if he understands that or not. So this is from the Catholic Church's own website. Canon law, until 1917, canon law had basically considered anyone above the age of 12 capable of marriage. That's in the 20th century. 20th century, canon law allowed you at the age of 12 to get married, which means people were allowed to do it because of the Catholicism. When the 1917 code raised the minimum age for marriage in the church to 14 for girls and 16 for boys. I'm not saying that this is the average or the norm. I'm saying that this is what the culture is allowing. This is what the culture says is okay. Those are two different things. This is from Catholic Advent, Catholic Encyclopedia. Catholic Encyclopedia says this is from an article written by I'm trying to think of who it was. Let's see, I have the name here. This is from This is from Catholic Encyclopedia, Volume 1, New York, Robert Appleton, 1907. So this is a little while ago, but it's 1907. Just wanted to give you the exact location of it so you know. So in 1907, the church was saying extreme unction is to be administered to a child of 7 years or younger, capable of sin. Children of 7 years complete are bound by the laws of abstinence and hearing of mass. They can also be sponsored in the conferring of baptism and confirmation. Look at this. 7 years old, you're already basically being treated like what we would treat a 16-year-old, right? says that it is more expedient that they should be 14 years old and also confirmed. Okay, so, whatever. The Congregations of Propaganda, 1774, and the Holy Office, 1882, forbid children under 14 years of age to act as sponsors at confirmation. Okay, here we go. This is what I was trying to get to. Betrothals require 7 full years in the contracting parties. Again, did I say this is the normal thing that everyone's doing? Like 90% of people are doing? Never. But this is in their law code. This is okay. This is legal. You can get away with this and nothing would happen to you. A 7-year-old being betrothed. The marriageable age, now remember, this is 1917, not 200 AD. Okay? This is a long time later. A lot has changed since then. The marriageable age is 14 full years in males and 12 full years in females. Marriage is void because of the absence of legal or natural puberty. Are held as betrothals, basically, sponsalia, inducing thereby impediment of public decorum. Civil codes, listen to this. This is the funny part. Civil codes, not church codes, civil codes generally require a more advanced age than the canonical. Let me repeat that. Civil codes that are not informed by the church. So in 1907, civil code was informed by liberalism, by classical liberalism, right? That's the West in the 20th century. So the classical liberals are saying, dude, push that way, 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 way back. Let's go like 16, 17, 18, right? But church is saying, no. This is our tradition. Our tradition says that we should civil codes, don't touch that. Civil codes require a more advanced age than the canonical. That's what this church father is saying in the 1917 Catholic Encyclopedia. And then they talk about these different civil codes going on in this time period. Basically, they start raising the age to 14 and 12 after the 19th century. So it's like, who was it that brought the age up for marriage? Was it the church? Was it Christianity? No. It was classical liberalism. Let's keep going.
Same thing in the Middle Ages.
Can you play the part where you asked where you asked him in the Q&A?
Yeah, let me.
I'm pretty sure that he said something about Jews there, and which is directly in contradiction to what I learned from the Talmud.
Yeah, let me find it. It's in. I'm on screen. I can find it if I just look here. There it is.
There you are. There you
There
are.
he is. Mike Combs. Who?
No.
Thank you very much.
Neil, you said that Islam got its child marriage practices from Christianity from 2nd century sources on Mary being 12. The ones you're referring to, are those the ones where she is given to Joseph to be a perpetual virgin and he's supposed to guard her from ever having intercourse ever? Those are the ones that allow child marriage?
I'm not talking about just her marriage. I'm talking about the act of betrothing children at that age was common in
False.
Jewish and Christian circles in the 1st century. False, right? Is that what you just... You guys all just seen it. You guys all just seen all the sources that I showed, all the law codes that I showed. They're just going to say false? Trust me, bro. Is that your source? By the way, did you notice how I said I'm not just talking about that one text? I'm using that text to show that a Christian writer in the 2nd century was writing a story about Mary being betrothed at 12. Why is that? Do you think he was going to go with the non-norm of the time period? What are you talking? Why would that even be a question that you would come up and talk to me about? What is wrong with you? 2nd century.
And Mary's marriage was the
Doesn't
common
matter.
way it
Well,
happened?
Mary is one specific case.
One
She's the
specific.
mother of God, so obviously there's something different here.
It was the common way they did things.
Practice was at around 12 after the bat mitzvah.
Oh God!
It would normally be arranged for marriage.
And your source is the proto-evangelical.
That's one source, but other sources.
Did you hear? Did you hear him? He's still talking about the proto-evangelion of James. I just told him. Michael Jones, do you understand what I'm saying here? Are you? I don't think you're that dumb. I really don't. I don't think you're that dumb. I think you know what I'm saying here. When I said this source has Mary being betrothed at 12. That is one source highlighting that the culture of that time period allowed this. Proto-evangelion James is only talking about Mary.
Okay, so what other?
And I brought up Mary because we're talking about Jesus and Mary. But okay, but the sources of that time period show that this
false.
Was common. What just happened right there? I was about to answer his question, and he literally before he asked his question, and then like a 10-year-old kid that's mad at their friend, or like a little grade school weirdo. Before I even respond, he turns around, puts his back to me, and starts walking the other direction. That's why you heard me go, okay. He just starts walking the other direction, doesn't even care what my answer is. Well, you wonder why I don't take you seriously. You didn't even want to hear my answer. You already started walking away. Listen to him now, going false, false, false. I just showed you Mary John, 12-year-olds for girls and boys. I just showed you Catholic Encyclopedia explaining their own law codes in the Catholic Encyclopedia, their own stuff. They raised the age to 12 in 1917. I just showed you Nicholas Serret's explanation of what all the way up until the antebellum era, what was going on, and Michael Satlaw's Jewish marriage in antiquity. So it's not just Christians, it's Jews too. That betrothal would happen while people are underage. 12 is probably the most common for the marriage to go down. And in this source, marriage and betrothals usually happen in the same ceremony. I just showed you all this, and you got false, false. Too bad. Too bad. Too bad. You lost. Place,
I like you. What sources?
He doesn't. That's just false. Again, Michael Satlow, Amram Trooper, Brent Shaw, Keith Hopkins, and then from Middle Ages, read Kim Phillips' book, Medieval Maidens.
None of them
Neil,
say
if you're
that.
watching this, that is completely false. I brought all this up in my debate with Daniel Hakikachu. This is a misconception about antiquity and the medieval period. Girls were not being married off at 13 on average.
Notice how
they misunderstand.
Notice how he says on average right there. When did I ever say on average? Never. It never came out of my mouth. He just changed the entire topic in front of his audience. As if I ever said this was on average. Never said that. That is a completely different argument. My whole time was saying that this was accepted in these cultures. This was something that went on in these cultures, especially higher up in more royal patrician class. Plebs usually married whoever they wanted because nobody cared. But if you're somebody important from an important family, you better believe someone's going to betroth you at like 7. You'll be married by 12. That's all I'm saying. And all the sources that I brought today already explain that. And even the ones that Michael Jones just cited will all say that too. The ones that Michael Jones just cited are not saying that this never happened ever. What they're saying is this is not the average. In fact, most people would just marry whenever they wanted to, which is true. And I never said otherwise. So he does this all the time. This is classical Michael Jones. He's the Trojan source king, where he cites source. I'm going to show you in a minute. He does this a couple times here too against Cross. He cites a source that he thinks agrees with him, and then you actually read the source. Sometimes it says the opposite. This has happened to him. He's been called out for this all the time. He cites a source. The source says the opposite. He never retracts his statements. He just hopes nobody notices. Or the source will say something
similar to what he's saying, but not quite what he's saying, and he'll just kind of pick and choose little pieces of the swords that he wants to promote. But he hopes that his audience isn't looking. I would feel disrespected if I was Michael Jones's audience, to be honest. Let me just let him continue.
That 12 and a half is the minimum age. And they think, oh, 12 and a half is in Jewish tradition, the minimum age for marriage. And they think, oh, therefore that's when girls are, that's ridiculous. You have states where girls can get married at like 15. That doesn't mean that's when everyone gets married. That doesn't mean that. That means that's a minimum age. And
wait, did he just repeat my own point? I wasn't paying attention. I was reading something.
Half is in Jewish tradition, the minimum age for marriage. And they think, oh, 12 and a half. They misunderstand that 12 and a half is the minimum age. And they think,
yes.
Oh, 12 and a half
it's not the minimum age. It's not the minimum age. Not for betrothal. I don't know what the minimum age in Judaism was. It might have been. Maybe it was 12. I don't know. Betrothal could happen way before that, though. But that was what I said. Dizzle son, Dave. That's what I was saying. I'm not saying this is the average. By the way, I don't even think it's David Wood's fault. He didn't hear what I said. He's listening to Michael Jones reinterpret my own thing, and he's responding to that. So, Dave, I don't even front you. I'm not even going to fault you right now for what you're saying. I agree with what you just said. That's it. I agree with what you just said. I didn't say that this was the complete norm, that everyone had to do this. There was like a requirement or something. All I'm saying is they allowed this to go down. And so if you find it happening in Islam, they're probably getting this from the norms of Judeo-Christianity, of them allowing this type of things to happen. Right? Muhammad was someone high up in society being betrothed to someone else who's a daughter of someone else who's high up from society. That's straight from Judeo-Christian culture. So, all right, let's continue.
In Jewish tradition, the minimum age for marriage, and they think, oh, therefore that's when girls are. That's ridiculous. You have states where girls can get married at like 15. That doesn't mean that's when everyone gets married. That doesn't mean that. That means that's a minimum age. I mean, aside from that, so I agree minimum age 12 and a half, and you point out average age significant.
Did you hear yourself, David? Minimum age 12 and a half, as if that's something good. That is great. The minimum is 12. That's great. We allow that. Our morality says that's fine. Do you hear yourself right now? Did you hear what you just said? You're defending 12-year-old marriages right now because it's the minimum? That's your argument? Because it's the minimum, it's okay? You just completely sided with me right there. You don't even realize it. My entire point isn't that everyone's doing it. It's that it's allowed, that your morality says this is okay. So thanks for siding with me, David Wood.
Significantly older when girls are actually getting married. But apart from that, in Islam, there's no minimum marriage age of 12 and a half. Muhammad married Aisha when she was 6. And that's not given as some.
So I was looking into this. I'm not going to defend this shit. I don't really care. I've read different sources saying it might have been 9, and then what it was a betrothal. The betrothal was at this age, which is exactly the same as Judeo-Christianity, and that the marriage actually didn't happen until 12 or something along those lines. Let me see. I do have some notes here from. Let's see. By the way, okay. So let's before I even. I'm not going to defend Islam here, but I just want to show something real quick. So Ezekiel has an interesting passage. This passage is often cited as evidence that marriageable age was linked to puberty, right? This is an interesting passage by Ezekiel. This is God talking. He says, I made you grow like a plant of the field. You grew up and developed and became the most beautiful of jewels. Your breasts were formed and your hair had grown, yet you were stark naked. Later, I passed by, and when I looked at you and saw that you were old enough for love, I spread the corner of my garment over you and covered your naked body. That's Jehovah for you. That is Jehovah Christing Young women. All right. So the Quran, right? So this is scholars are saying, what's going on? Betrothed at 6, married at 9, while consummation occurring at puberty. That actually wouldn't be that far off from a royal patrician family in Judeo-Christianity, or even maybe some Roman imperial cult type of thing. That would have been normal for the time period. If you had somebody who was very important from a very important family, they would normally be betrothed very, very young. There would be promised away to another family who's also very, very important, because it was extremely, extremely important for two families to strengthen their bonds together through marriage as quick as possible. Don't wait 20 years. Do it now, because it's very important. Like, I think anyone can assume why that would be the case. And then there's some people who point out that I don't really care about these arguments going back and forth. All I'm saying is not all Muslims really accept this, is what I've came to realize from the past, just from looking into this a little bit. It seems to be that not all Muslims accept this. Okay. Now, that doesn't mean I should defend it. I don't defend it. However, I'm just saying, if that's the case, she was betrothed at that age. We just saw 7 in the sources. I just showed you guys 7 in the sources. Now, I'm whatever. Let's just say it's true. It's not that far off from some of the cases that would have happened in Judeo-Christian circles. Period. I got a couple more things on this point that I want to listen to, and then I got to a couple more things.
Some like minimum age. She has to be at least 6. Didn't Hakikachu said a girl could be betrothed at any age when he's debating? When he's debating?
Yeah, as long as there were signs of puberty, is what he said.
If there are signs. The thing is,
signs of maturity.
All right, so Rama Hayder says, I only watched the debate with AP, and I must say the audience was very hostile with you. Yeah, it was even worse the next day. Disappointing, to be honest, speaking as an ex-Muslim theist. I appreciate that, Rami. Yeah, I don't really care about the audience. I just wanted to go there, and my goal was to go there, get some exposure, meet some people, but also to get some points across that people aren't. I see this all the time when they're comparing Christianity and Islam. Like, this one is so great that built Western society, and the other one was just kind of this like evil, dark cult that is like basically constricting the world. The truth is, they both have their moments of being completely dark and constricting of the world. Islam did have an age, in the 9th century in particular, where they were more focused on reading Aristotle, going back to the classics, getting into things like engineering, getting into things like mathematics, getting into literature and poetry. And there was sort of a golden age in Persia at that time. In the West at that time, you have, Charlemagne chasing down Gothic pagans and burning down pagan temples, and basically the only writers that did exist at that time were lamenting at the loss of literature. And the early Renaissance writers were saying, we need to go back to Aristotle, we need to go back to Plato, we need to go back to Homer. And then you start seeing paintings and sculptures coming back into the public into the the zeitgeist of the time. And that's what a lot of credit needs to go to not Christian. They're not being informed by Christian ethics to do those things. They're being more informed by morals that came in the times prior. Reading Aristotle, reading the playwrights, painting Bacchus, doing sculptures of Apollo. That's the Renaissance. Platon was the Renaissance. So I wanted to make sure I got those points in. Whether I lost or not, I don't care. I wanted people to learn those things. And hopefully I can plant a couple seeds in people and they can understand this is a lot more nuanced than you think. Walkia Ilan, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. $20. I appreciate that. Hey, Neil, I wanted to say that I appreciate the way you debate. You keep it from becoming a blood sport and turn into a hot topic discussion. The best part is that by doing that, you get your opponent to show their colors. I agree. I'm trying to be as honest as possible. If I hear my debate opponent make a good point, I'll say good point. And I would like people to do the same thing. Like, I think it's more useful for people who are watching these debates if the person actually admits when the person they're debating makes a point. Let the audience know. Don't hide that. Tell the audience, yeah, he made a good point there. And then keep going. It doesn't mean you lost. Who cares? Whoever came for AP was going to vote for him anyway. So I didn't have any crowd there. I was there last minute. I had 10 people showed up for me probably total. The rest were all there for Crucible basically, and there were all a bunch of Christians there, which is fine. But I just thought that was something that I just wanted to say. Anyways, let's continue with this. I got a couple more things I want to talk about this child marriage thing, and I have a couple other topics I want to get into.
Sure, and keep in mind that the Quran doesn't even require that. The Quran specifically refers to marrying, having sex with, divorcing, and passing on to the next guy, girls, all before they've ever reached puberty.
So here's the thing. I don't necessarily have a big problem with claiming that people were married at the age of 12, 13, or whatever it is. Don't necessarily have a huge problem with it.
See, because AP actually knows that those sources exist, despite what his two buddies just said. I respect what he just said right there. He just said, I don't have a problem with him saying that because he knows what I said is correct, as I've already demonstrated earlier in this video.
What I'd rather have a problem with here is that earlier on here in this debate with me, he said that Mary was betrothed according to the traditions at the age of 12. And at the age of 12, and if you are betrothed, then that means the guy can basically do anything, which is that's complete nonsense.
And I admit, so I'm going to blow up my screen for a second and just say, you're right. You're right. I said I thought betroth was the same as marriage, and that's wrong. Betrothal, AP is absolutely 100% right. There's no out for me here. There's no thing I could say, oh, I meant this, I meant that. No, I did say betrothal means you can do anything. Betrothal is a contract between two families. The son and daughter are betrothed. Means at some point, whether it's a year from now, 4 years from now, they will be married. Once the marriage happens, then the husband takes over from the husband. Now owns the wife. The father no longer owns his daughter. So even if I said I meant marriage, I did say betrothed, and I am wrong for that. See how easy that is? Do I feel embarrassed that I just got something wrong? No, I learned something. Great. That's what happens. It's actually good to get things wrong once in a while. So yeah, let's continue.
Exactly.
It sounds like he doesn't know what betrothed means.
You're right.
Betrothed just means that the girl is promised.
Again, I did mistake betrothal with marriage
to this person. That's it. And here's the thing. You can even find further detail on this in the Talmud, which is in the part Kiddushin, which is about marriage or about marriage making, where it describes. So and this is in the 200s, around 200 AD. It's first written that a father may betroth his young daughter, and then later on in the Talmud it is then further on written over the centuries, and this becomes kind of written law so that everyone knows it. Yes, young daughter, but not a minor. She must be at least 12 years old, or 12 or 13, before you can betroth her to somebody. Before that age, you may play with the thought, or just.
They're bringing up the same book that I just brought up. So notice how he's cherry picking what's in this book. I literally just brought this book up. Watch this. So this is going to be funny. Watch how the same book says what they don't want to hear. Watch this.
Vocalists say, yeah, I think I'm going to marry my daughter to this guy, and so on. But before that, you may not betroth your daughter. You may only betroth your daughter after she reaches, after she's no longer.
He's reading, he says in this source, a survey of the epitaphs of Jewish women from late antiquity reveals relatively few women who married in their early teens. all from a single Jewish graveyard in Rome, with far more marrying in their mid-teens or later. Not a single Jewish inscription from antiquity records a woman married while under 12. Now, I didn't say, no, by the way, I never said under 12 married. I'm talking about betrothal here. So those are two different things, and I acknowledge that. A 20-year-old Jewish woman from Egypt who died while apparently betrothed is described as ripe for marriage, like a rose in a garden. Now, look at this is so selectively placed for you, because this same exact source says this. Men should marry early. This Berata advises a man to marry his sons close to the age of puberty. Men should marry when young, but women should marry when younger. Tanaitic sources give to a man the legal power to betroth his daughter while she is still a minor, under the age of 12, and perhaps a little past, and they clearly assume that he will use it. So, okay, I've already acknowledged betrothal doesn't mean they can do whatever they want to you. I've already acknowledged that. However, the culture is allowing people to give away their children, their kids, their children, to another family because they want to make bonds between these families. And at 12, when puberty does hit, then you can get married. So the marriage does happen around 12 in some of these cases, after puberty, right around 12. So why didn't he show that on the screen in the same book? Because that wouldn't look good for his audience.
A minor in halachic Jewish law, which would be around the age of 12, and from then on, it is then recommended that that people marry at the age of around 18. So at the age of around 18, after they have reached this early adulthood, they have started making, observations and learned things and learned their religions properly, spent these years after 12 and 13, educating themselves and learning practices. After,
what's so crazy about this whole discourse, when I'm noticing about this whole discourse that's kind of crazy, is like we've gone from, like, I guess because the 9-year-old thing and a 6 to 9-year-old thing for Aisha is so bizarre and messed up, which I agree it is, that all of a sudden puberty is okay. Like, oh, it's before puberty. That you're saying it's before puberty? No, it's after that. It's after 12. As if 12 is like something to be like good, something we should like be proud of or something. Do you notice what I'm saying? It's like the bar is so low at this point that I'm finding myself arguing for like past 12 as being something good. Do you see what I'm saying? It's so bizarre.
After a few years, 3 years or 5 years after that, they are then ready to get married. So that was the usual tradition, and it is still like that today. It is still considered like that today, and it's even in the Shulchan Aruch, which is a Jewish text that lays out the basically Jewish law. It is pointed out that marriage is done at the age of 18. So that's what it is.
Yeah, and I put up a couple sources on screen to support that. But yeah, one of the other things that was weird that Neil brought up was this Matt Walsh thing, and AP had a great response to it.
You mentioned all these Muslims that are like saying that teen pregnancy is good. We should do that. I never podcasters or anyone say that. Well, Matt Walsh. That was a fake. That's not like a fake. Matt Walsh literally said that teen pregnancy is historically common. He specifically said women should get pregnant as soon as they're fertile. Matt Walsh.
Okay, now here, David. Here's AP's response. This was awesome.
Notice how instead of playing the actual clip of Matt Walsh to debunk me of me being wrong, they just play his response. Like that's the end all be all. Let's hear his response, and then I'll play the clip.
Some here.
All right. So several things here. I just quickly had to listen to what Matt Walsh actually said. What he said was that historically, 16-year-olds getting pregnant or something was quite normal. It was something that actually was seen as contributing to societal growth or something like that. I haven't listened to the whole thing. I have to listen to it.
I haven't listened to the whole thing. Now, AP, come on, dude. You didn't even know about this 5 seconds before this. You looked it up. This is so crazy to me. How did you hear him at all? How did you listen to the tape? You looked it up, probably saw someone commenting on it or something. Maybe someone. I don't know how you even came to assess this at this point. You just found out about this 5 seconds ago, and now you're assessing what's actually in the clip. So I think we should play the clip. First of all, I want to explain something before we even play the clip. He did bring up he fairly brought up he was talking about popular Muslim people. So I think he's talking about people like this. And let's just play the clip and just see what he means.
I'm not trying to be
believe in Islam and not believe that the Prophet ﷺ or the Prophet Muhammad married Aisha at the age of 9. In other words, it's not an article of faith. One must believe that the Prophet Muhammad married, Aisha at the age of 9, or that there was some kind of consummation. I'm not saying this is a red herring that many people try and bring about in order to create some kind of a distraction to the key tenets of Islam. But let's take the historical account, because quite frankly, there are some revisionist accounts, which some people have brought forward today and said, no, she wasn't 9, she was 18, or she was 21, or whatever. Looking at it myself, I don't agree with those accounts. I think that those accounts are not correct. I think it's correct that he married her at the age of 9. That's what happened, and that's something that she mentions herself, in fact, and it's narrated in Sahih al-Bukhari authentically. So the question is, why and how? The real answer is, bro, you're kind of alluding to it before, which is that we have social constructs. Social constructs, not the kind that the feminists and the ones on the far left are talking about, which is that they say sex is a social construct, or like, for example, Judith Butler said sex itself, biological sex, the penis, in a sense, is a social construct. We're not talking about that. We do have some social constructs. And ironically, I think the social constructs are those things which cannot be empirically justified. And I think one of those things is the idea of childhood. I'll be totally honest with you and tell you, how do we determine what is a child? I mean, historically, we've always understood the idea of childhood as corresponding with either biological ability or psychological capability.
All right. So basically, IP is saying these popular Muslim YouTubers are just saying a bunch of weird shit about when women should be able to get pregnant. This guy's basically arguing when they show signs of puberty, or basically when they show signs of mental ability. Kind of crazy. I'm not defending that. But he says in the debate, and this is the whole point of him bringing this up, I'm surprised IP didn't say this. And you're going to hear something kind of dishonest, what they say, how they respond to my thing was very dishonest. But the clip from Matt Walsh is this.
Ever since the beginning of time, teenage girls have been getting pregnant. It used to be more common. The
teenage girls have been getting pregnant ever since the beginning of time. That's statement number one. That's one statement.
Peak, ever since they started keeping records of these things, which they only started doing recently, like in the 20th century. But ever since they started keeping records, in 1957 was the peak for teenage pregnancy. 1957. Not 2009,
well,
not
then,
today.
All of them were supposed to have kids. Like, that's when you had kids.
That's my point, okay? So to all of a sudden act like this phenomenon of girls getting pregnant at a young age that we consider young, 16 or 17, to act like it's a new thing is ridiculous. It's always been that way. Even biologically, and this is me just stating, right now I'm going to start by just stating facts. So fact number one, it's not a new phenomenon. Fact number two, in fact, it's a phenomenon that was more common earlier in history, and for the first 6,000 to 10,000 years of human existence, it was a normal thing. Fact three.
So he never said 16 yet. He's just talking about teens getting pregnant throughout history is normal, which is true, which is 100% true and undefensible in my opinion, but he is defending it.
Girls between the ages of like 17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile.
Yeah.
Okay? That's biological. That's a fact, all right? I'm just stating facts. That's all I'm doing. But what happened recently, and this is the fourth fact, recently in the last 30 years or so, we decided that's way too young to start a family.
Why?
And because now
divorce rates would probably go up, and once you're that young, you can't really make sure that
Well,
you know.
no, girls are no.
Girls were getting married early, and marriages were lasting longer. You very rarely hear about like these relationships that go to their what is it, your diamond anniversary, your 50th anniversary, and all this. That's a dying breed of people out there.
Yeah, and those were all people that got married very young. That's why
they're still alive.
Yeah, that's why you can have someone in their 70s who's celebrating their 55th wedding anniversary because they got married when they were teenagers. So what I'm saying is that the problem is not per se teenage pregnancy; it's unwed pregnancy. That's the problem in society. It's only problematic when you are not married and you don't have the man there to help you take care of the kids because he's a coward.
So, okay, so when he asked me about the age of 16 being much not as way better than 7 or whatever he said, I think he said 6 or something. I said, yeah, of course, that's a good point. And everyone started laughing, and I laughed with them because it's true. But the thing that I brought up Matt Walsh about wasn't age in particular. The thing I brought up Matt Walsh on was he said, I've never heard any popular Christian podcasters ever talk about wanting to get wanting to get teens pregnant. So, because I was talking about 12 at that point. And he said, I'd never heard any popular YouTubers or podcasters ever talk about this. This is something we're way past nowadays. This is nothing that we bring up ever again, like as if this is a thing of the past. And that's what all I wanted to do was say, no, Matt Walsh did in fact bring this up. And it's something. And then when he said the 16 thing, I said, yeah, that's not as bad, of course. All I'm saying is Matt Walsh did bring up this topic. He does want to advocate for younger pregnancies for teens. So, last point on this.
But that's basically what he's saying. This is, of course, I was a little bit surprised here because when he brought this up in comparison to Muslim preachers suggesting that marrying a 3-year-old to 6-year-olds or 9-year-olds.
I never found a Muslim ever saying that 3-year-olds should get married. I'd like to see a clip of that. I'm not going to defend it, but I've never seen that before. I've only seen from what we've just played in those clips before, where you get people saying that teens should get married after they're having puberty or whatnot. And then they say like Sneeko was saying everyone's different or something, which is nonsense. I'm not defending that, but I've never heard someone say, I think it should be 3 years old. Like, I don't know what he's talking about here.
Year-olds and so on is totally cool. I thought that Matt Walsh said something.
I would love to see a clip of a Muslim saying 3-year-olds getting married is totally cool. I've never seen one like that before. Maybe there is one out there. I don't know. Maybe AP knows about some random guy out there who thinks 3-year-olds should get married. I've never seen that.
Really, really, really bad. He's talking about 16-year-olds.
Wait.
All right, that's fair.
That's funny.
Well, it's fair because I don't know if he really had a source. I was looking for it yesterday and today for a Muslim saying a 3-year-old should get married. Now, if I found that clip, I would know what he's talking about, but I haven't found that. I found the worst that I found was the one that I played where Sneeko and that other guy are saying, when we see signs of puberty or mental stability, then they should get pregnant. That's weird. I agree. I'm not saying it's not, but and that's why he said it. But I've seen popular Muslim YouTubers say women should get married at 3. That's cool compared to 16. That's not. Yeah, no, that's right. I'm not going to defend that. That's a good point. Anyways, so I want to play a couple more things before I get to the debate. We got a super chat saying from Jord, Abrahamism versus magic always been pew. Yeah, I agree. Myth Vision podcast, 9 is a no-no, but 12 is okay. That was kind of my point. Like, my point was these ideas come from the culture, from the culture of the time period. That's all I was trying to say. I'm not trying to defend one over the other. Anyways, so Inspiring Philosophy was debating with Michael Cross, and I actually could not believe. I just want to give you guys another example before I get to my debate with AP real quick, and then I'll get to my debate with Actually, no. This pretty much covers my debate with AP, except for a few things. I'm going to go back. I'm going to skip forward in that debate a little bit to a few points, and then I want to get to Andrew. We got some time. I'm going to be here for a little bit. So I just want to show you something about IP. This because IP, when he's debating with where'd it go? Okay, I think this is it. Just give me a second. Okay, here we go. Let me share my screen again. For some reason, I had the timestamp wrong. I just want to show you how this dude misrepresents what people say. So blatantly that I just can't let it go. I shouldn't even be reviewing this. This is not even my debate. But it's so bad that I can't let it go. It's so bad. Let's play it. And by the way, AP and David don't seem to get it. They didn't seem to notice it either. I can kind of tell AP, I think the look on his face was like, he kind of noticed it. I can tell. It looked like it doesn't say anything because he's with his buddies.
All been destroyed. So they were actually quite rational in a lot of ways. Were they perfect? No, they made mistakes. But in the net positive they presented was clearly not.
Damn. Eli just made a $500 super chat to you.
What? Oh wait,
When
it's before this. All right,
person-
hold on. Let me just hold on. Wrong. I'm sorry. I gotta go. I gotta find this the right. It's before this.
But they've done a pretty good job of producing a population.
Here we go. I found it.
I'm a scientist for crying out loud.
All right.
These are just, it's so weird because these are, it sounds like the classical new atheist talking points about Christianity or Christianity.
Listen to what he says. And then I'm gonna show you how bad this is misrepresented. Watch this.
Or even predating that. It's like, oh yeah, Earth flat and witch burning and Inquisition, Crusades. What about did he bring up the Crusades?
I think he did, because I mentioned he had been on a crusade.
I think that's funny how AP is going, oh, they always bring up the same things: witch burnings, Inquisition, Crusades, science. Oh, well, who cares about all that stuff? What the fuck are you talking about? What else are you going to talk about? What what? The Inquisition? Like what are you talking about? Is the slaughter of thousands of Jewish people in certain cities at certain like what do you want people to bring up? Are you sick of hearing that? Is that what I'm sick of hearing that? I don't know, whatever.
Against religion, and so he's like,
the
only
Crusades.
the only people I knew crusading were Christians. I don't.
So right there, there's a number one misrepresentation of what's happened there. He said that Dr. Cross was on a crusade against religion. Cross makes a fucking joke, going, the only people I've ever seen crusading are Christians. It's a joke. It's a joke. Look how serious they are over this shit. Look how. Oh my God. It's so bad. It's so dishonest.
Crusaders. Oh God.
Yeah, I wish they were still crusading, man.
You hear that? AP wishes they were still in the Middle East crusading. We know that, AP. We know. You don't have to tell us that.
This was one of his, like, I brought up like birth rates. I'm like, secular countries can't produce sustainable birth rates for replacement populations. This was his great comeback to this.
Watch this. Watch this.
This was something.
Where do you have the most people? China, which is not particularly a society I admire.
Not particular a society I admire. Remember that. Please remember what he just said there.
But they've done a pretty good job of producing a population.
They've done a pretty good job of producing a population. Of course they did. Billions of people were born in China in the last couple hundred years. Billions. So was it Christianity that did that? No. Listen to how they misrepresent him. He just said how much of a disaster China was. He doesn't like China. He's using China to prove a point that population booms are not always good. That's the whole point. Like, was that hard to understand? I gotta look at the chat. Chat. Did you get what he just said there? Was that very clear? Michael Jones says, we need population. We need people. We need people to produce populations, sustainable populations, right? And he says, well, hold on a second. Population growth isn't always good. Look at China. China's been a disaster. So population growth is not always good. It can lead to dense cities and smog and overpopulated cities. And then the bad policy can come along, and look what happened in China because of that. China was a disaster because of its overpopulation. So how do they respond to this? Listen to this shit.
Well over 1 billion people. If that's your notion of what is if sustainability is somehow a notion, biological sustainability determines what's good or what's useful in the long run.
China's actually in panic mode.
He just said, if your standard, he literally just said, if your standard for what's good is population growth, China is a horrible example. China is the prime example of population growth gone wrong. That was his point. Now listen to how they. Oh my God! If I was his audience, I'd feel stupid right now for thinking this makes sense.
Because of their collapsing birth rates.
Exactly. That's what I brought up in the Q&A. Yeah, they actually are having a collapsing birth rate. Like this was a big example of a functioning atheist society.
So he spins it and says this was his big example of a functioning atheist society. Did Michael Cross ever say that? Did he ever say my example of a functioning atheist society is China? No. He says the exact opposite. He says if your standard is good, population equals good, then let's look at China, which was a disaster. And Michael Jones doesn't understand, or he does understand, he's lying, and says his big example was that China is this great example of an atheist society because of its population. You completely said the opposite of his position, not even realizing it. Or maybe you did realize it and you're lying. I don't know which one's worse. I'll let the audience decide on that one.
China,
communist China. Yeah.
The authoritarian nightmare that committed a large scale
and by the way,
infanticide.
notice that normally when we're saying, hey, what about secular societies and stuff, that they'll point to all these like Northern European countries and stuff like that. Notice he didn't go to any European nation to point out
the ones that have population booms on because of the Industrial Revolution and not because of Christianity, and the ones that are neoliberal and not Christian. I wonder why he should have brought those up. You want to know why he didn't bring those up? Because he's talking about a disaster example of a population growth, dumbass. Holy shit, did you not hear what he said? That was so bad. Oh my God. That was so bad.
Booming population. And even the one he points out, China, is in full panic mode about the collapsing population.
And by the way, Cross acknowledges that because it was bad, because of they didn't know what to do with their population. Their cities were so dense. Now, in hindsight, they should have, the better policy would have been to spread the cities out. I don't know how they would. I'm not saying I know how to do this. I'm not sure the logistics of this. Would have been to spread the people out a little bit, put some people in the rural areas. I don't know, spread the people out. But they created a policy where they weren't allowing children to be born. It was like this horrible, disgusting policy that led to now what is a drop in, now the population is declining completely. And they regret it. They're not happy about this policy. Nobody is. Everyone knows this was a terrible, terrible policy. But it's because of their population growth. They didn't know how to handle it. They didn't know how to put a curb on it. They're trying to figure out, how do we slow this thing down? Our cities are too dense. There's smog in the air. Nobody can breathe. Everyone's wearing masks now. So they're trying to get the population down. That's what happened. Not liberalism did this. Not secular humanism didn't do this. Oh my God, how do you not understand this stuff? All right. So I want to I just want to play something else. One more thing on Michael inspiring philosophy. I got to show you something, because this is just like, it's amazing how much he thinks he can get away with bullshitting. And I just, at this point, I don't even know if he cares anymore. I think people like IP, and maybe I think AP is trying to figure this out too. It doesn't really matter what the facts are, or what the data is, or how much I represent my sources correctly. All that matters is I have an audience that wants to hear this shit. I'm going to give them what they want. Well, let me just give you an example. I'm just going to show you the beginning of his debate on modern day debate. You got to see this. So, all right. I'm going to play it at 2 times speed to get it over with too. Watch how he pulls this off.
Is not evil. It's then uncensored live. So Christians came up with hospital.
Thank you, Dr. Krause, for agreeing to the debate. If you hear me coughing, just know this happens every winter. I'm pretty sure it's allergies. So, which is better for society, Christianity or secular ethics? I will argue that data and science clearly shows Christianity. But I first want to point out I will not be.
All right. I will argue that data and science points to Christianity. Let's see it, right? Let's find out what is this data and science. This is some sneaky ass shit right here. Watch this.
That if we all became atheists tomorrow, that society would collapse or we would experience immediate moral decay. I'll only be arguing that Christianity creates more optimal societies that can endure and generate progress. Again, the debate is about which is better for society. Demonstrating that Christianity is better does not mean other types of societies cannot flourish or endure. I'll just argue they do so in a less optimal way. Now, by Christian societies, I mean those that are based on Christian values, and the majority of the population identifies as Christian.
Christian values.
And by secular societies, I mean those that are based on secular ethics, and the majority of the people identify as secular atheists. So I want to be clear, I'm not arguing for theocracy or any type of...
Did you see how he smuggled in secular atheist? It means he just completely argued, he just completely like warped the debate topic. So a Christian society to him is a society that's informed by Christian values. So the Bible, for example, informed by the Bible, and most of the population identifies as Christian. Okay. But a secular society is a society where most people identify as secular atheist. Because you could be a secular Christian. You could be a secularist and Christian. You could be a Christian that prefers secular society. You prefer a society where things are not governed by a church. It's that simple. You could also be secular and be a Buddhist. You don't have to be you can be an agnostic. You can be a New Ageist. You can be whatever. You can be secular. I'm secular. I'm not an atheist. So where do I fit in this? I think most people are closer to where I'm at. So he just completely says a society where most people are secular atheist. Where is that in the debate topic? So he sneaks. That's a little sneak right there. I just noticed. Anyways, let's continue.
Of government. Now, it's abundantly clear from multiple studies that Christianity has made the world a better place through missionary work. Christians believe everyone should be able.
Notice that. Take note what he just said. I'm just gonna go back a couple seconds.
Those that are based on Christian values, and the majority of the population identifies as Christian, regardless of governmental laws. And by secular societies, I mean those that are based on secular ethics, and the majority of the people identify as secular atheists.
Ready?
So I want to be clear, I'm not arguing for theocracy or any type of government.
Watch this.
Now, it's abundantly clear from multiple studies that Christianity has made the world a better place through missionary work.
Through multiple studies, it's abundantly clear through multiple studies that Christianity has made a world a better place through missionary work. So you assume this is a big debate, right? You with a famous professor, you assume he's going to provide these abundantly clear multiple studies. Are you ready? Let's hear what he says. Just remember, every time he says studies, you should be thinking, well, what study? Listen to what he says.
Christians believe everyone should be able to read God's word, and so when missionaries encountered cultures where the vast majority of people could not read,
So he just said, so do you see what just happened? He just said, it's abundantly clear through multiple studies that my worldview is better, blah, 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 and then doesn't even say what it is. Let's see if he ever does. Can you guess if he ever does? Spoiler alert, he doesn't.
they developed written languages in schools to educate people. They also wanted to keep people alive, so Christians came up with hospitals, and then they advanced the study of medicine. Research demonstrates
Christians came up with hospitals, right?
It's that missionary activity has led to higher literacy rates, more education.
By the way, it's actually the first like official hospitals actually came from Muslim societies, believe it or not. Believe it or not, the first actual, like, the thing you could define as a hospital, a place where there's a major center for just medical treatment and studies, was in Muslim majority countries in the 9th century. 9th and 10th century is when you start to find actual hospitals. Christians didn't invent them. He's wrong on that.
Better hygiene habits, medical care, economic progress, freedom, human rights, and others. And this was not only accomplished in historical white regions, but in places all around the world. Without Christianity, the world would not be as educated and as advanced as it is now. Secularists did not go out and do this, and there is nothing that we could call secular doctrine that compels people to spread their worldview and educate people in the process. Christianity has Christ commanding the Great Commission, which makes it our duty to make the world a better place. Now, one might say that secular humanist cultures are relatively new, and so haven't had enough time to generate progress. That could be true, but research pushes back on this.
By the way, I just want to look. So I want about the hospital thing. This is really kind of I can't believe you just said this. Christians invented hospitals because it's been an evolution if you think about it. Because in Greece you had the Asclepia, you had a temple. The temple to Asclepius was, by all definitions, an ancient hospital. What's a hospital? A place you go when you have an ailment to get treatment. In ancient Greece, what do you think happened when you went to the temple of Asclepius? There was doctors reading Asclepiades or Dioscorides, or if it's later Galen, and they would treat you in the temple. There's tons of primary sources about people getting their limbs treated or eyesight treated in these temples, especially at the Asclepion of Epidaurus, was definitely what we would call today a hospital. And then these things progressed all the way through Islam and India. You find examples of these things. Christianity didn't just invent these things randomly. They actually have no credit whatsoever for this. So that was just complete nonsense. He didn't provide any source for it. He just smuggles it in. This is how IP is. He just says what he wants. Hopes you don't check him. Anyways, let's keep going.
Numerous studies show that religiosity is associated with more charitable giving to religious and secular organizations.
Did you hear what he just said right there? Numerous studies. He does it again. Here, so now we're waiting for those other numerous studies to come back. Never got those. And let's repeat them again. Ready?
He's commanding the Great Commission, which makes it our duty to make the world a better place. Now, one might say that secular humanist cultures are relatively new, and so haven't had enough time to generate progress. That could be true, but research pushes back on this. Numerous studies show that religiosity is associated with more charitable giving to religious and secular organizations.
Let's see the studies, dude. Let's see the studies. Can you show us the studies? Can you show us the studies?
Secularism is not. When compiling the data from multiple studies, this...
By the way, I'm not going to show this part because I want to get to my own debates after this. But AP and David, when they were reviewing this, they were like, oh my God, you destroyed him with all these sources and facts and logic, and you were citing all these... What papers? You didn't cite anything. You just said numerous studies. That doesn't count. And watch what happens, though. Watch what happens. Watch. I'm gonna show you I'm gonna show you how bad this gets. And I don't even think a lot of people even notice this, but it gets bad.
systematic review concluded that covering 77 studies reveals that religion, measured as group affiliation, values, beliefs, and the importance of faith to the believer, as well as religious service attendance and private prayer, most often positively related with giving to outgroup and secular organizations. Another study looked at 53 total nations and found that frequent churchgoers are more active in volunteer work, and that a devout national context has an additional positive effect.
Let's see the study. Show us the study. The reason why I'm asking you this, so you'll see in a second.
So when a nation is religiously Christian, volunteer work is increased across the board. Religious citizens also volunteer more for secular organizations. But when nations secularize, religious individuals still volunteer.
By the way, let's just assume that what he says is correct. There's a study that says people that go to church are more likely to give to charity. That is one aspect of how we should measure between Christianity and secular ethics. That's one aspect. You brought up one little point there. That does not determine people giving to charity does not determine that one society is better than another. Okay.
Volunteer at high rates, but secular individuals volunteer less. They even say if secularization is an ongoing process in rich post-industrial societies, we expect declining levels of volunteering due to composition and context effects.
Does anybody know who he just cited for that? I don't. He didn't say anyone's name. He didn't give any fucking. We have nowhere to look this up to find out what he's actually citing here. We have there's nothing we can do. We're just at the behest of his word on this. I mean, I don't think this is good debating, to be honest.
Another study found that volunteering levels were.
Another study found? Where's the study? Another study found? What the fuck are you talking about? Show us one of these studies, dude.
Only maintained or increased if someone remained religious into their adulthood. If people became less religious, volunteering decreased. Now, it is clear that secularists give money to charities and volunteer time, but not at the level that Christians do. Christianity has been one of the greatest institutions for.
Prove it. Prove it. You just made an assertion. That's not how debates work. You don't just make assertions. You got to prove it. You have to demonstrate it. You have to show the study. You have to cite some source. You're not doing that.
For wealth transfer from the rich to the poor in the history of humanity. And this is often accomplished through charity and missionary work.
Wow, charity.
Noted,
great.
Numerous studies show Christianity has made the world a much better place through missionary work.
Oh my God.
As one study said, in a
8 minutes in the debate.
national investigation of 126 countries. As one study said, in a cross-national investigation of 100.
As one study said, he does it again. He just keeps doing this throughout the whole debate. As one study said,
26 countries with over 179,000 respondents, religiosity was correlated with the likelihood of helping a stranger. People within countries with greater religious diversity and members of minority religions were even.
How could you sit there in a debate and cite studies that are basically all saying the same thing? Charity work, charity work, charity work. Great. These are fine. These are good points. Why don't you tell us what the study is? Why should I take your word that there's a study out there if I'm debating you? I would immediately challenge you on this, which, by the way, Cross does. Watch how this plays out. This is crazy to me. This is the reason why I'm showing you this before my own debate.
Even more likely to help strangers. Additionally, an analysis of data from the World Value Surveys with a total of over 10,000 respondents from 31 countries revealed that voluntary action with cultural, political, and social organizations was greater for those who attended religious services frequently.
Attended religious services frequently. Why? How do I know that's even Christian? So it sounds like your studies that you're providing that you don't want to tell us about are talking about religiosity, which is not Christian ethics. Religiosity is not Christian ethics. You could be Christian and add to the religiosity metrics, but there's still Buddhists out there that are giving the charity. There's still Muslims out there that are giving the charity. There's Hindus out there giving the charity. There's all types of people of the faith, of different faiths, Jewish people giving the charity. And we have no idea what your study's even talking about. And I think you just let us know about what you just said right there. Listen to what he just said. Listen to how he says that.
respondents from 31 countries revealed that voluntary action with cultural, political, and social organizations was greater for those who attended religious services frequently.
So people who attend religious services frequently give more to the poor. What does that have to do with Christian ethics? Nothing. I didn't hear anything. I don't know why Apostate Prophet and David Wood think this was a good debate. I don't know why. I have no idea why.
Now, you may think Christians are only doing this out of obedience to God, but at least we're doing something.
You didn't even say Christians. You said religious people.
The fact remains secularists are not doing the charity work that Christians do. And given the state of the world, a ton of charity work is still needed. So the data indicate Christianity leads to far more charity work.
That's not the data. That's not what you just showed us.
And this in turn has led to more economic progress, medical care, freedom, democracy, literacy, education, etc. When nations secularize, this will decrease, which I think we all can agree is not a good thing. So on this issue, Christian societies clearly outperform secular ones, as even the secular humanist Phil Zuckerman admitted in his book. Religiously involved individuals also exhibit greater manifestations of prosociality than do those who are not religiously involved. Several studies have found that religious people tend to be more charitable, more generous, more likely to volunteer and donate blood than their secular peers are. Furthermore, proliferation of religious devotion.
Let's see. Hear that again.
A bit greater. Zuckerman admitted in his book.
Listen to this.
Religiously involved individuals.
Religiously involved individuals. Nothing about Christianity was said by the person he just cited. Nothing.
Prosociality than do those who are not religiously involved. Several studies have found that religious people tend to be more charitable, more generous, more likely to volunteer and donate blood than their secular peers are.
Wow.
Furthermore, proliferation of religious devotion.
These are great talking points.
On the Bible.
These are great talking points for religiosity, for people who believe in God are great. What does this have to do with Christian ethics? I haven't heard one single point on why Christian ethics is better than secular ethics. One point. All I heard was, here's a bunch of studies that I'm not going to tell you what they are. Just trust me, bro. And people think religiosity is good because they give more to the poor. Nothing about Christian ethics at all has been said. By the way, notice how look at the comments here on the right. Apostate Prophet. Lawrence Cross is getting humiliated, bro. Oh my God. Humiliated. Humiliated on what? Humiliated on what? He didn't cite any of the studies that he's talking about. He didn't give us one name of the studies. He just kept saying several studies say what I want them to say. And then every time he did cite a person, they said religiosity. They didn't say Christian ethics. Those are two different things. You have to show why the Christian ethics is informing this thing. Not people being religious. People being religious can happen in a secular society. You guys get that, right? You guys understand that in a secular society, people can be religious, right? I hope we're all on that. I hope we all understand that, right? That's like basic IQ 40 shit right there. He's getting humiliated, destroyed.
Has historically been a determining factor in establishing schools for children, creating universities, building hospitals for the sick and homes for the homeless, taking care of orphans and the elderly.
Show us.
Depression, establishing law and order, and developing democracies.
Developing democracies? That happened 500, 600, 700 years before Christianity even existed. What the hell are you talking about? Holy shit. Democracy is what we went away from when we had Christianity in power. Democracy was what we came back to when people woke up from the Christian slumber that we were in. Oh my God, I want to debate this dude so bad, but he's got me blocked.
Meta-analyses have also found that religiosity is associated with more pro-social behavior and self-control. In an ever-increasing hostile world fueled by social media, more Christianity would be beneficial and aid in ways secularism cannot. Related to this is the issue of suicide and depression. Research that mostly pulls from sample sizes of Christians has demonstrated that religiosity is positively associated with lower levels of depression.
Did you hear what he just said right there? Did you see how sneaky that was? Research that I'm not going to tell you what it is. Just my research. Trust me, bro. Watch this. Listen to that. Listen to this again.
issue of suicide and depression. Research that mostly pulls from sample sizes of Christians has demonstrated that religiosity is positively associated with lower levels of depression and suicide. These conclusions are robust considering multiple systematic reviews and meta-analyses have found them. One study from Switzerland
Here we
relied on
go.
census data of over 3.7 million adults and the death certificates of over 5,000 suicides found that suicide rates were the highest among those with no religion, more than double the rate of Catholics. Suicide rates have also dramatically increased over the past 20 years in this country, and given the research time...
Did you hear what he just said there? So after making another point about religiosity and not his own study that he didn't tell us what it was, he says, and mostly drawn from Christian samples. How do we know that? Because Michael Jones said so. And those sample sizes say that religiosity leads to better mental health. And then he says, listen to what, let's play that back one more time.
Million adults and the death certificates of over 5,000 suicides found that suicide rates were the highest among those with no religion, more than...
Suicide rates are highest among those with no religion. What does that have to do with Christian ethics? Because this could apply to Buddhism, this could apply to Hinduism, this could apply to Islam, this could apply to Judaism, this could apply to classical polytheism, this could apply to spiritualism and New Ageism, whatever the hell, Ammonitism, whatever the hell you want it to be. You have said nothing about Christian ethics so far. You keep citing papers that have nothing, that we don't even know what they are. The first time you mention a paper, let's hear what he said. I want to hear the paper again. Let's hear what he said.
Us considering multiple systematic reviews and meta-analyses have found them. One study from Switzerland relied on...
One study from Switzerland. Are we going to get an actual name of the study?
On census data of over 3.7 million adults and the death certificates of over 5,000 suicides found that suicide rates were the highest among those with no religion.
So the one study where he actually gives us a location is about religiosity, not Christianity. Didn't say anything about Christianity at all. Mind-blowing. Now, okay, so this is how he does this the entire debate. And he keeps, every time he says some crazy shit in this debate, like, oh, I think the scientific method came from Christianity. And by the way, here's a book from some guy that agrees with me. I'm going to cite that book. And then you actually look up the book, and it's just some random Christian dude. So here, I just want to play one more thing, and I'm going to move on. I want to hear something. Michael Cross responds, and this is what he says. He says something very interesting, and it gets completely skewed by IP. It's so bad. You got to see this.
I don't like debates. They're rhetorical, and they don't give much information. But so I don't generally do them. And I'm trying to remember exactly why I agreed to do this. But I'm happy to be here now that I'm here.
It's because they paid him to come. That's why he didn't want to come here.
You
could tell he didn't do any prep. He's doing this off the top of his head. He's doing what I did.
Well, I have some things to say. I'm happy I didn't prepare that much because there's so
Watch
much
this.
to talk about now. I was told I'm on a crusade, and I thought that was an interesting choice of words, given that the crusades that I know of were Christian crusades. I'm not on a crusade, and they actually were rather
little joke, right? Remember how they responded to that joke earlier? Look at, like, what? Why would that be the one thing you're focusing on? But listen to this though.
Crusades. The only crusade I know was the Christian crusade in medieval times,
which is actually true.
To use the word crusade about someone like me is kind of ridiculous, since I'm not on a crusade.
It is ironic to use the word crusade on someone.
Spell religiosity. I just want people to think for themselves. I'm on a crusade for education, knowledge, wonder, and awe, and that's all I care about. I don't care if other people are religious or not. I just want them to accept the universe, the beauty of the universe, for what it is. So to say I'm on a crusade, I spend almost 0% of my time worrying about trying to expel Christianity or religiosity. It would be difficult to do even if I wanted to. I'm not going to spend most of my time debunking some of the stuff he said. Now we can talk about that later, but that was one thing I found that really particularly irrelevant to argue that I'm on a crusade. To quote a bunch of studies, I know of no reliable studies that claim the things you claim about giving, caring.
Okay, This is important, and I'm going to move on to my debate. I promise. This is the last thing I want to show you. Notice what he just said there. You quoted a bunch of studies. I don't know anything about what you're talking about. That's what he said. Those were his exact words. You quoted a bunch of studies. I've never heard of these studies. He's basically saying, show me these studies, right?
Charity work for religious people versus non-religious people. I know of studies, but I know most of them are debunked. In terms of
now watch how he responds to this.
For you, Mike, the floor is all yours for 8 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for that, Dr. Krause. I want to remind you and everyone of the debate. The debate is not what we don't like about Christianity or what secularism. The debate is about the effects, which is better for society. I gave clear scientific studies. You
No,
said
you didn't.
that you think they're
No, you didn't. You didn't give clear scientific studies. You just said studies show, and you didn't tell us what they were. You didn't even tell us if it was about Christianity or if it's about religiosity, which are two different things. Your entire debate is about Christianity versus secular ethics, not religiosity versus secular ethics. You didn't tell us any of your studies, and the only ones you did said religiosity is good. None of them said anything about Christianity, the ones you cited. The ones that you just, we don't even know what they were. You just, who knows if they're even real studies. And by the way, listen to how he says this.
debunked. I'd really love to see your research on that. I'm talking.
Did you hear what he said? You hear what he said?
That you think they're debunked. I'd really love.
Okay. Listen carefully to what Cross says in the background. Look how dishonest. And you can tell he's trying to smother him out because he doesn't want to actually admit that he didn't give any single study. Watch. Listen to this.
Studies. You said that you think
They were
debunked.
debunked.
I'd really love to see your research on that.
I'd like to see the data. As soon as Michael Jones heard him say, I'd like to see the data, he goes, it's my turn. He could have said, you want to see the data? I'll bring it right now. He doesn't want to do that. I think there's a good reason why. Let me play that clip at normal 1.25 speed and listen to how Cross is basically clarifying what he meant by that. He's not saying that your data was debunked. He's saying, I never heard of it. I would love to see it. And you could have promoted it right here and now, but you chose not to, which is a huge red flag.
Said that you think they're debunked. I'd really love to see your research on that. I'm talking anyway. You'll have your.
So I'll let you decide on that one. That was bad. Michael Cross says, I don't know about the data. You cited a bunch of studies. You didn't give us any. You didn't tell us what the studies were. We can't look at them. He says, I'd love to see the data. It's my turn to talk. I'm not going to show you that shit. You didn't debunk anything. How can you debunk something if you don't know what it is? If I was an aspiring philosophy fan, I would feel like I was lied to right now. I'd feel disrespected right now if I was an IP fan. But yet, this is what you get, though. You get Lawrence Cross is getting humiliated. Oh my God. He's getting humiliated by facts and logic. Yeah. Anyways, so I'm going to go to my debate now. There's a few things that I want to talk about with me versus IP before I get to me versus Andrew Wilson. So we already talked about a lot of this stuff, so I'm just gonna have to. That's crazy. It's not coming up in the search. There it is. 68,000 views. All right. Isn't. All right. So.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I want to thank James for organizing this. I want to thank.
I'm going to skip ahead to my own part because, actually, no. Let's listen to him a little bit, and then let's play it a little bit faster.
Neil, Gnostic Informant, for agreeing to this, for challenging me on this topic. I honestly have to say that he has a very difficult position and a very terrible position as well. Before anything, I want to point out that at this moment, as we speak, there are still dozens of hostages kept by the Islamic terrorist organization Hamas and the Islamic terrorist organization Palestinian Islamic Jihad, among others, who massacred people and also took many hostages on October 7. And I hope for the timely release of the remaining hostages, for which I must win this. Yeah, with that said, it's very difficult to tell which religion is worse for society, Islam or Christianity, as you can see. This is a very difficult topic. I'm going to try to make it very easy as it gets. So there's, of course, a very big irony here, which is that today I was actually supposed to have this debate with a Muslim debater by the name of Comedy Central Dawa. And Comedy Central Dawa threatened me halfway through the debate, through the last debate, the first debate, and also made this this sign here and said that he would be here to kill me. So, or to, sorry, take me out for coffee. That's what he said. After that, he had to be dropped. We had to look for a different Muslim debater instead, but there was no Muslim debater who would actually come up and peacefully have a debate, which is why we eventually had to settle for my friend Gnostic Informant here to jump in and to defend the position of Islam instead. So this is, of course, very, very, very telling. At this point, it is still very difficult for us to tell whether Islam or Christianity is worse for society.
All right, I don't mean this in any offense, AP, but I don't. Your opening really didn't. You're like, so your major points were, I predict what Gnostic Informant's going to say. He's going to bring up that Christianity was bad once long a time ago, and that Islam had a golden age. And it's like that kind of tactic in a debate is to me, it's kind of lazy, because all you're acknowledging that there's some things that are true on my position. So you're sort of like a rhetoric, a rhetorical device. Like, oh, he's going to say this, he's going to say that. It would be like me going in front of a debate and say I'm debating somebody who's, let's just keep it super simple, just for logic reasons. I'm debating that 2 + 2 is 5. And the person I'm debating is 2 + 2 is 4. And it's like, oh, you guys want to know what's going to happen? He's going to say that if you take 2 cups and put them together, you get 4. Another 2 cups, you get 4 cups. So if he says that, it must be wrong, because I predicted he's going to say it. It's rhetorical nonsense. Just because you can predict like part of what I'm going to say, because some of the things maybe are kind of obvious. Christianity had some dark shit in the past. Islam, as dark as it is, also had some bright spots. That's like, everyone knows that. So just by saying that, I just thought that's kind of his whole opening. He does bring up some valid points that I didn't really have any problems with. That's why I don't really want to. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. I want to skip ahead to. Well, let's. I guess we'll play what I'm going to say, because his response to some of my points, I don't think they were that strong. Let's just say that. So let's play what I'm going to say, and I want to hear his response.
I'm looking at this from a historical perspective. Right now, we live in a time where secularism is ruling the West. So all these great things about freedom of speech and freedom of expression isn't a result of Christian ethics. It's a result of secularism and liberalism. We go back to a time where we can actually compare the Christian West, when there was actually Christendom, they called it. The Latin West,
Christendom,
Gothic West, depending on what period we're in, the Byzantine Greek East, and compare that to the Persian and Arabic Islamic East. You can actually see a huge stark contrast in advancements in the East compared to the West. There was actually a golden age in Islam way before Christianity. Actually, there never was a golden age in Christianity. I'll get to that in a minute, though.
Okay,
around the term dark ages.
I made a point right there that I thought AP was going to sort of pencil in his response to what I just said right there. Where's the golden age of Christianity is what I was trying to find out for him. He never actually says he tries to make a claim that all of Christianity is a golden age at some point, which is like the source cited for that one. Anyways, that was the first point that I got across that I wanted to get a response with, and I didn't hear anything from him in response to that.
Is sort of an outdated term, and I agree with that. During the so-called Dark Ages, early Middle Ages, there was thriving kingdoms. The Ostrogoths were thriving, the Vandals were thriving. There was periods where the Byzantines were thriving and Franks were thriving. Okay, so we know it's not really a dark age per se. But if you actually look at the people who coined that term in the Renaissance, people like Petrarch and others, Gemistos, Platon, Machiavelli, they weren't talking about kingdoms thriving. They were talking about literature, philosophy, and works, great works. Like they were basically lamenting the days of Homer and Plato and Aristotle. That's where the term Dark Ages rest. And there are a lot of scholars today who still will say that it is still applicable to this day in that definition of the term. The only great classics that come out of the early Middle Ages, when Christianity was the de facto ruling state, is King Arthur and Beowulf. On top of that, all you have is Christian church fathers on the Trinity, or is Mary divine, or what's on the nature of the Theotokos, literature like that. And the old days of epic poetry, Homer, the Iliad, the Odyssey, Hesiod, Euripides, great playwriters, Sappho, musicians, different types of Greek hexameter prose. Those days were dead. The classical period was over. Those were things of the past. In fact, talking about science, he mentioned that the golden age of Islam is, I think he said something like a myth or something. Well, the two standard textbooks, I'm saying textbooks like anachronistically, from in the educated class among Christians was Galen and Aristotle. Galen was a pagan from 200 AD. Aristotle lived in the 4th century BC. Those two texts on philosophy and science.
This point, to my knowledge, was never actually challenged or rebutted ever. This is a huge point in my opinion. You have Galen's science medical text, everyone knows about, famous medical text, which is basically all the knowledge from Dioscorides, from Hippocrates, and from Asclepiades, and then Galen. All of this gets compiled in the 3rd century as Galen's science, medical science. And then you have Aristotle's works, huge volumes and volumes. I have it all back here, of books on metaphysics and physical science and physics, that is, I should say, and maps, geography, all types, all your science is in Aristotle and Galen. And those two texts are taught in the educated circles all the way until the 15th century. And I think even to the 16th or 17th, they're still reading from Galen and Aristotle heavily. I was hoping AP would be like, oh, what about this fucking Christian scientist from the 7th century? What about this Christian scientist from the 9th century? What about this from the 12th century? He never brought up anything like that. Whereas I brought tons of examples of, I even named Muslim scholars and Muslim inventions that I was researching in the last hour before this debate. I did most of my prep the hour before this debate. Anyways, I didn't hear anything. So I just thought that was funny how he never actually, my biggest point in the debate, never got challenged or rebutted or anything. So I don't know. That's just something I wanted to point. Oh, wrong page. Let me X out of that one. All right.
It's in medical science. Galen mostly medical science. Aristotle mostly philosophy and ethics. Those were the standard educational text all the way through till the 15th and 16th century. So for over 1,000 years, there really wasn't much updating on the text that people were drawing from medical knowledge, for scientific knowledge, and for ethics and philosophy. Gregory of Tours in the 6th century was one of the first people to sort of lament the days of writing are over. There's no good writers anymore. There's no good epic poetry anymore. That's as early as the 6th century we start hearing stuff like that. The scientific method has nothing to do with Christianity. Even Francis Bacon himself, who is credited for the scientific method, if you actually read what he says, he credits Aristotle. He says Aristotle's inductive reasoning is the basis for the scientific method. And
that was another point that I wanted to get some sort of challenging on. Nothing. There was no argumentation that Christianity had anything to do with the scientific method from apostolic prophet. He failed to provide any rebuttal to this point at all. So far, as I'm watching this back, I'm wondering how I lost this. Because even though I admitted the Quran isn't better than the Bible, the Quran isn't Islam. Quran doesn't equal Islam. Quran informs Islam, but when we're talking about Islamic society versus Christian society, I don't know how he ever argued that Christian society is better than Islamic society. As I've said before, I don't think Islam is better. I'm not a Muslim. I don't like Islam. I think Islam can I wouldn't have a problem if Islam was gone tomorrow. But he never actually rebuts any of these points that I made. None. I never heard him say anything. So, okay, let's keep going. The Muslim East, you already had expressions of what they didn't call the scientific method, but you already had expressions of that type of inductive reasoning in writers from the 10th century, like Al-Barami and El-Hazan, both in the 10th century. And it's forms of empiricism. It's scientific. There's no other way around it. Muslims were ruling all the way from Spain and to India for centuries. When the Christians took back Spain in the late Middle Ages, Spain was already under Muslim control for 800 years at that point. When they got to the Kingdom of Granada, what they found there was a city that had water hydraulics, water clocks that were using the sun. The way they did it was they dammed the river and they redirected the lines. It was like having water, like you turned on your water, basically. All right, I'm gonna actually show you guys a really good video on this that I found. I actually found this video a while ago, actually, but when I watched it, I immediately thought of, or actually, when he asked me to do the debate, I immediately thought of this video, and that's why I got into my opening statement. Here, I'm gonna play it right now. So I'm gonna just take a break for a second. We're gonna watch something cool. We're gonna do a reaction. You're gonna love this.
One city remained unconquered, Granada. Thanks to its strategic position and the enormous Alhambra Palace, the city was protected, and it remained untouched for another 200 years. To this day, the Alhambra Palace still stands as one of the most beautiful pieces of architecture ever made. But as you walk through the luxurious courtyards and hallways, you start to notice something even more special: the water. Winding its way through the palace is a mind-blowing...
So what happened was, in the 13th century, when the Christians were taking back Spain, they took over most of Spain except for Granada. Granada was well defended because of its walls. It took 200 more years to take this place over. That's how well built it was. When they finally got there, this is what they found. This is so crazy. This is what they found.
Network of medieval pipes and channels that carry water to vibrant gardens, thermal baths, and elegant fountains. The engineering required to pull this off was astonishing, and it gave the palace things like underfloor heating and fountains that could tell the time. This incredible system also kept the palace cool and brought life to the surrounding nature for hundreds of years. We modeled the entire thing to show you how it all worked and the lost mechanisms that once allowed the water to defy gravity and travel uphill. When the ruler of Granada commissioned...
Now, someone like Apostate Prophet will do everything in his power to somehow divorce this from anything of Arabic Islamic culture. He will just... And this is funny to me when this happens, because this type of stuff could only have been influenced by the Jews or the Christians around them. That's what he says in the debate. You'll hear him say it. They couldn't have thought of this themselves. They're Arabs. They're a bunch of, in his mind, they're a bunch of inbreds. They're a bunch of goat effers. They didn't do this. Something gave them the idea to do this. But that begs the question, like, why didn't Christian cities have this? Where is this? Where was the Granada? Where's the equivalent of Granada in France, in England, in Germany, in Italy? There is none. Now, is it true that a lot of the architecture and engineering in Granada was based off of sources that they got from Alexandria? Yes. Yes, this is admitted. There's nothing wrong with learning from your predecessors. That doesn't mean that they don't deserve credit for their own building. It just means that they learned from the sources around them, which Christians weren't doing. and Muslims were doing. You don't just get to detach the Muslims from this because you don't like them. However, at the same time, people like AP and IP will then take credit for all the great Renaissance buildings and great architecture that happened in late medieval period and in the Enlightened period, which in using their own arguments are not informed, because their arguments are, this isn't informed by Islam, this is informed by other stuff, this is informed by education, this is informed by, reading texts about, Alexandria. True. But then you can't say the same thing about the Renaissance and the Enlightenment. Some of the building structures that were built in the 15th, 16th century in Europe were not informed by the Bible. The Bible didn't tell you how to build Paris. The Bible didn't tell you how to build, the great buildings in the 17th century. That was from education and science and learning and learning how to, so you can't have one of them be credited for Christianity and the other one from divorce from Islam. Either they both don't get credit, which I agree with. I don't think Islam is informing engineering. There's no engineering information in the Quran. I'm fine with that, as long as you admit that the Bible or the New Testament or the Old Testament is not credible, is not credited for the great architecture of the 16th and 17th century in Europe. That's my point. And the double standard that they pull is crazy.
The palace, the engineers had one major problem. The hill was around 200 meters above Granada's main river, and getting water up to the palace would be a huge challenge. And so they followed the river 6 kilometers upstream to a point that was considerably higher than the palace. From here, they dammed the river and started redirecting it down a new channel known as the Royal Canal. With meticulous planning, it navigated its way through the difficult terrain, maintaining a very shallow slope until it arrived just outside the palace. It was a huge amount of work, but this was only the beginning. The designers of the palace had big ideas: elegant fountains shooting out jets of water, bathing rooms with showers and underfloor heating, and clocks that were powered by water. All of this required much higher water pressure than the Royal Canal provided. And so to get around this, the engineers started digging out a large pool in an area much higher than the palace. Below this, the water from the Royal Canal would flow into an underground pipe and collect in a well 60 meters below the pool. At the top of the well, the engineers installed a water wheel equipped with buckets that could be turned by an animal. This would raise the water up to the surface and fill the storage pool with around 400 cubic meters of water. Having all this water stored above the palace pressurized the entire system. And at the
Now, you got to admit, this is some amazing architecture. So I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. I want people to see the thermal baths real quick. So check this out.
Why is instant ramen bad for you? Well, let's break it down. You know those typical instant noodles? The ones that are basically a sodium bomb with a...
completely, and the process would start again. The water from the lions would exit via 4 shallow channels in the ground and continue on throughout the palace, eventually reaching another engineering marvel, the thermal baths. This is where the kings and diplomats would come to relax and make deals. It featured a cold plunge pool.
Just straight up Alexandrian style engineering. Like the heated underground, like under the heated floors with like the boilers underneath. That's Alexandria architecture. The pagans in 300 BC were already building shit like this. This is why you see me on my channel knowing that scholarship hates the term Dark Ages. I know this. I know all the arguments. I've listened to them. I've read these books. I have like 10 books on the why the Dark Ages aren't dark. I know all this shit, right? And I still am not convinced. I hear them. I get it. The Gothic kingdom, the Franks, the Vandals, the Byzantines were not dark. There was nothing dark about them, right? They were good. They were people were eating food. People were healthy. But I don't care. I don't care because none of it compares to what was going on in Alexandria. None of it compares to what was going on in Pergamum. None of it compares to what was going on in Rome in those in that Hellenistic era between 300 BC and like 200 AD. Nothing compares to that time period. 300 BC to 200 AD, that 500-year period was one of the greatest times in world history. And the 500-year span that comes after that is nothing. It's a completely dark in comparison. So I still use the term Dark Ages. And I want to debate someone on this. I want to find an actual accredited scholar with a PhD who wants to debate the term Dark Ages, that this shouldn't be used. I'll take the other position, knowing that I'm on the losing side, and I think I can make a good case that the term Dark Ages should still be applied to some extent.
A hot room with heated flooring and a steam room. The water would enter a control room underground and pass through a copper boiler that was heated by burning wood. From here, the water would flow through pipes to various fountains and showers around the baths. To provide underfloor heating in the hot room, the steam from the boiler was directed through channels underneath the marble floor. From there, the steam would travel up through pillars in the steam room and exit through small vents, filling the room with water vapor. The roof had a series of star-shaped windows that could be opened and closed to control the level of steam. As the water continued on through the Alhambra's network of fountains, channels, and pools, it had another benefit: cooling. Granada is an extremely hot part of Spain, but as the warm air blew over...
That is fucking sick. You got to admit, that is sick. Like, I don't know. I don't know how you can... I think that was a good point to bring across in this debate, was like, look, where's your Christian version of Granada? That's all I'm asking. You had to wait until the 17th century to get anything close to that. Anyway, let's go back to the debate.
Basically, all the rooms had some sort of running line of water. They had heated floors. They had elegant fountains that were shooting jets of water out. They had floor heating. Now, they're not the first person to invent this. This was also in Alexandria. As you mentioned, when they did take over Alexandria, they found some pretty good inventions there. But those were not Christian. Those were from the pagans before the Christians. So when the pagans take over Alexandria, they're living with all the great inventions that the pagans before them gave them. They didn't add anything. So yeah, did the Muslims probably draw from that database of engineering science? Yes. But that doesn't mean they're not doing actual science. They're not actually doing, like, studying engineering of people before. You have to learn from somewhere. So there's nothing like that in the West. There's nothing comparable to the Palace of Granada in the West ever until post-Enlightenment. Everyone knows about algebra coming from the Muslims. Astronomy during the early Middle Ages, astronomy was pretty much relegated to the Muslim East. It wasn't really a thing in the West until after the Renaissance. They had invented like forms of hospitals, places where people can go and get medical attention. There are people traveling all the way from Greece just to go to get their treatment in Muslim cities because they had better treatment places, like ancient forms of hospitals, basically. In the 9th century, Ibn Firnas invented the first flying device. That actually, you heard this before.
All right, so you guys probably already saw this, and you get my point. My whole entire debate plan was to point out that Islam, the Arabic, Islamic / Persian East, was doing some things that the West was not doing for a time period. So we shouldn't. And another thing that I wanted to get across was, we talk about today as if we can compare Christianity to Islam today. We really can't, because Christianity, there's no more Christian nations anymore. Armenia is the closest you're going to get, and Armenia is corrupt as hell. It's one of the most corrupt. It's in like the bottom half of corruption on the index, which I brought up in the other debate. Anyways, the West, the so-called West, is now informed by secular, humanistic, classical, liberal, whatever you want to call it, ideals. It's not, when Christian ethics is not informing American society right now. Christian ethics is not informing European society right now. What's informing the West is secular, democratic, republic ideals. So everything great you love about your country right now isn't because of Christianity. It's not because of Judaism. It's not because of the 10 Commandments. It's because of the Constitution. It's because of freedom of speech. It's because of, giving rise to certain rights that weren't available under Christian theocratic or monarchical societies. So you can't talk about today and how great things are today and look at Saudi Arabia and compare those two and think that means Christianity is better. That was my point. So let's see what IP says in response.
Hi, I'm JT, and
Hi, JT. Thanks for your ad. Appreciate it. I'm gonna buy your product.
That Gnostic Informant at the very beginning, the debate already. Because he basically said that he is not going to make the case or cannot make the case that one is better than the other or one is worse than the other. He could, however, demonstrate how Christianity can be worse. But then he also failed to demonstrate that, so I don't really see where that is. So as I see it,
if I fail to demonstrate that, then show me. If I fail to demonstrate that there were times when Islam was superior to Christianity, especially let's look at the brute fact of the Crusades. By the way, I didn't bring this up because I don't necessarily want to talk about like war shit, but like superior military does kind of reflect superior other things, superior, I don't know, all around governing skills, right? And the fact is, Islam dominated Christianity from its inception in the 7th century, 625 or 632, whatever the hell it was when Islam started, all the way until the 16th century when Constantinople fell. Islam dominated the Christians, except for in the 11th century. That's it. The 11th century, the Franks, they rose up and they took back Jerusalem and they took back Antioch, Syria, and they took back Edessa for about a century. And then Islam rose back up and took all those places back. All the major, so early Catholic Church, I'm talking about Catholic Orthodoxy, before the schism. Let me put this bigger. Before the church schism, there was only one major church, right? This is before Protestants. There's just one church. There's the church, right? And in this church, you had 5 major churches or patriarchs. You had the Bishop of Rome, which is the Pope today. You had the Bishop of Antioch, Syria. You had the Bishop of Constantinople. You had the Bishop of Jerusalem. And last but not least, the Bishop of Alexandria. Those were the 5 points, the 5 major centers for early Christianity up until the schism in the schism happened, right? So, for this, we're talking roughly the first 1,000 years of Christianity. This is how it was. Well, it turns out 4 out of 5 of those that I just mentioned are gone, fell to the Muslims. Egypt is under Muslim rule even to this day. Jerusalem, Muslim rule even to this day. I mean, now Jews are there, but Muslims are still there too. Christians aren't there. Antioch, Syria, Muslim rule even to this day. Constantinople, Muslim rule even to this day. Rome is the only city that still is now in Christian hands, but they're not even part of the old church anymore. They're started their own Catholic church. The Catholic Church is not the continuation of the original church. There was never a pope in early Christianity. The patriarchs had equal power in early Christianity. So the Catholic Church doesn't get this claim, we're the only church that survived. No. You're a new thing. Orthodoxy is probably the best case you're going to get to an original church. And they lost all their 5 patriarchs are gone. They're under, so they still had their churches, don't get me wrong. You can still go to Antioch, Syria, and go to an Orthodox church and see the patriarch. But Syria is occupied by Muslims. They're under the Muslim rule. So they're doing what the old Christians used to do, and they were carrying their cross against the archons of the age. It's commendable. It's what Christians are supposed to do. They're not supposed to care who's in charge. I respect that, actually. In fact, when Constantinople got conquered by the Muslims, the bishops in Constantinople were just like, all right, we're going to keep going. And Mount Athos was like, all right, so I don't care. I'm waiting for God to come home. They're waiting for the apocalypse. They don't give a shit who's in charge. That's the real Christian attitude right there. Those monks on Mount Athos are real Christians. I have nothing but respect for those guys. Nothing. Because they're actually living what they believe. They're not fake and flaky. They're actually literally doing what they believe in. And I can't knock that. Anyways, my whole point was Islam had better military IQ all the way into the modern age. And the only time when the West got better was when it became secular. Once the West became secular, then it became more advanced. Then it was able to come and, take control of things. But Christianity never, ever. There was no hand of God following Christianity around, making sure Christianity thrived. It just shrank and shrank and shrank. And the only parts that it grew in was in the deep north with those Germanic Viking pagans. Anyways, long story short, you get my point. I just thought I would just put that across, is that superiority was very clear in the early Middle Ages, even the late Middle Ages. Islam was superior to Christianity, and just every aspect, in every way, they were just dominating. And it was a matter of time before people in the West decided this is not going to work. We need to go back to Aristotle. We need to go back to Plato, or else we're doomed. Which is what Platon did. This is why you get the Renaissance. Anyways, I talk about that later on. Let's keep going.
And I don't want to act like Nader Ahmed here, but he has already conceded the debate topic and already lost. That's what Nader Ahmed usually does. I'm surprised he's not here somewhere. But yeah, so I already predicted the angles that he's going to take, and he did exactly that. One of those angles was that Islam made scientific contributions in the past, and the other was that Christianity was also bad a million years ago. So,
all right, as I pointed out, he predicted this. Now, you would think that he predicted my points, that he would have rebuttals ready to go. Does he? Let's see. Let's see what he says.
Both of those positions have been taken, and they can be refuted with ease. But let's get into a few things.
Refuted with ease, and then instead of saying those ease, let's get into a few other things. Let's change the subject up. You see the rhetoric there? It's good. It's good rhetoric. I gotta have him that. He's good. He's a good debater. Publius, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Andrews Deffen, that CN is a prominent force in the social order of culture. It's just sanitized BS. It's about power and control. Christians against Christian nationalism is a good source. Gotta go. Wow. I appreciate that super chat. It made a lot of sense. I like that. Thank you, Publius. Appreciate that. The Medici family started secular support for the arts in Italy. Exactly. Look at them. Read about the Medicis and Platon. They weren't, these guys, okay, they might have been Christians by title, but their actions say otherwise. Their actions say secular humanists, scientists, so those type of thinkers, pagan even. Platon was the one who told Medici to start the academy. He was a pagan. Platon was a pagan who started the Renaissance. I'll get into that in a second. Let's keep going.
Here, so Neil's argument here, when refuting that certain things like the Renaissance, for example, can be attributed to Christianity, was that certain figures of the Renaissance were brought certain, pagan elements into it. For example, he cited who did you bring up? Dante. Yeah, Dante was brought up, for example, who brought certain pagan elements or certain weird elements into his writings and all that. The funny thing is that Dante was a very devout Catholic Christian.
He wasn't.
He was a very devout.
Did you hear what I said there? Never said he wasn't, because I never did. My point was, and I'm actually doing what you did for Islam when you said it's not Islam that's informing their great architecture. It's something else that they're doing. They're going outside of Islam. I'm saying the same thing for Dante. Dante, when you read Dante's works, you get He's introducing classical pagan elements into his works. That's what made his work so good. That's why everyone loved it. You got Dis Pater and Dionysus and all types of stuff going on in there. So I don't think he understood my point there. I didn't say Dante was a pagan. I said Dante was introducing classical Greek elements into his writings. And he never denies that. No one denies that.
Catholic Christian. He's known to be a very devout
Look at
Catholic
this.
Christian.
Look at this. Look at this. I just looked it up. Look at this. This is so funny. Just a quick Google search, and this is what it gives you. I probably type in Dante paganism. Dante, Divine Comedy, incorporates paganism and Christianity in complex ways. Dante includes pagan figures like Homer, Horace, Ovid, and Lucan in Limbo. He also includes mythological creatures like centaurs in hell. He incorporates pagan figures and views into his Christian hell. Dante places some virtuous pagans in limbo, including Homer, Horace, Ovid, and Lucan. By the way, Dante is saying that they were good, that they were in limbo because they were virtuous pagans. Do you understand how crazy that is? He also includes the Muslim champion Saladin among the virtuous non-Christians. Oh, man, how do you not understand what I'm saying here? How do you not get what I'm saying here? I mean, AP reminds me of one of those people who are like, you ever see people who are just like they're so like confident, but they say the dumbest shit, and you're just scratching your head like, why does he think that's sounding smart? That's what he's doing here. Dante he must have looked it up. He must have looked it up real quick. Was Dante a pagan? Oh, Dante was a Catholic. No shit, dude. Everyone's a Catholic back then, dumbass. Jesus, what kind of point was that? And look how confident, smug. Look at his face right now. I got him. I sure got him. I totally got him with that one. Left, right, left. Got him. No, you didn't. My point still stands, bitch. Dante introduced pagan elements into the minds of the people, which brought upon the Renaissance. That's a fact.
A lot of divinely love. That's what he's known for. So if you're going to make the case that Christianity cannot be credited, or Christians cannot be credited because a certain figure brought certain things that you may interpret as pagan or as
me,
I
may interpret as pagan,
not very traditional, not very normal. You could make the same case.
Wait, who said I says pagan? Everyone interprets this as pagan. And so, in fact, my biggest source that you never talked about, my biggest source that you never actually refuted, was this man right here. Georgios Gemistos Plethon. This guy was a legend. Greek scholar, one of the most renowned philosophers of the late Byzantine era, chief pioneer of the revival of Greek scholarship in Western Europe, revealed in his literary work Nomoi, or Book of the Laws, which he circulated only among close friends. He told, by the way, side note, he told Medici, because he's living in Constantinople at the same time as what's that guy's name? I can't remember that Christian's name. A famous Christian that was living at the same time as him. And they were debating all the time. They were having big debates with each other. And he said, this guy's going to burn all my books when I die. I know it. He says he won't, but he's going to do it. So he was actually correct. This guy does destroy all of his books. But Plethon gave his works, called Nomoi, to Medici, and they were saved in a bank that nobody could touch it. So he rejected Christianity in favor of a return to the worship of the classic Hellenic gods. Now this guy, Council of Florence, right? Plethon in the Renaissance, at the invitation of some Florentine humanists, he set up a temporary school to lecture on the difference between Plato and Aristotle. Few of Plato's writings were studied in the Latin West at that time, and he essentially reintroduced much of Plato to the Western world, shaking domination of Aristotle had come to exercise over the Western European thought in the higher and middle. By the way, the reason why Aristotle was big in the West at that time was because of earlier humanists like Petrarch, like Machiavelli, like Brumi, and I got to give some credit to St. Thomas Aquinas, of course. He was a big pusher of Aristotle into the minds of the people. So let's give Christianity some credit. I'm not going to be dishonest here. No. So Medici obviously was like this with Platon. They start the Florentine Academy. Boom. The Renaissance starts off. And then it says down here, Marsilio Ficini, this guy right here, Italian scholar, Catholic priest, the Florentine humanist and the first director of the Academy Platonica, paid Platon the ultimate honor, calling him the second Plato, while Cardinal Bessarion speculated as to whether Plato's soul occupied his body. Are you kidding me right now? These are Catholics that are saying this shit. Platon may have also been the source for Ficino's Orphic system of natural magic. This is the beginning of the Renaissance. I'm telling you guys, read about this shit. Because this is, you understand, why did all of a sudden in the 16th century, there was an explosion, 15th century, I'm sorry, late 15th century, there was an explosion of intellect. Why is it that in the 1490s, they discovered the New World? Because there's people like this. I'm telling you right now, read about this stuff. I'm telling you, don't credit Christianity just because everybody was Christian. Go to the source. What is it that's what's inspiring people to do these things? Not if it's Christianity, then that begs the question: why didn't it happen 500 years earlier? That's my question to you. If you're thinking Christianity is the reason why the Renaissance and Enlightenment happened, why didn't it happen in the year 700? Why didn't it happen in the year 600? Why didn't it happen in the year 500? And ask yourself this question: what is it in the Bible that's informing these things? What in the Bible is informing scientific inquiry? Nothing. Nothing is. But when you read Aristotle, you get a ton of stuff that informs scientific inquiry. You get inductive reasoning. You get the logos. You get all that stuff that Christianity borrows from. So let's go back to my my dog is freaking out, by the way. All right, I'll hold you. You bored? Is that what it is? You bored? All right.
For the Islamic so-called Golden Ages, because when you look at the so-called Islamic Golden Ages, you have people like Al-Razi or Al-Mari, for example, who are known to have been people who were part of the Islamic Golden Age of the Islamic science, but they were extremely critical of religious dogma.
Did you hear what he just said right there? When it comes to the Islamic East, anybody that does anything of note, any type of scientific achievement, mathematical achievement, philosophical achievement, it's because they were critical of their own religion. But in the West, when you get someone like Platon, when you get someone like Bacon, when those guys come along and they question Christianity and start to bring up inductive reasoning, and they're not being informed by their Christian dogma anymore, that you credit Christianity for that one. But Islam, they don't get no credit. See the double standard? See the double standard? Watch this.
Of them, I fail to remember which one it was. Mario Razi described Muslims basically as extremely obnoxious, annoying people who will just shut you down and try to kill you whenever you tell them that something they do is or something they teach is wrong. Which I don't know, it sounds kind of familiar, but I wouldn't say the same thing now, of course. But so you have these. You can make the very same point about the Islamic Golden Ages as well. That those people. Or that the Islamic Golden Ages included lots of people who were critical of Islam or who were very...
I didn't mean to miss your super chat, on Nirbus. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much. You're doing great work, Neil. Appreciate that. Thank you.
unconventional from Islamic standards. On the other hand, you had Ibn Haytham, for example, whom you mentioned. He also is known to have said on many occasions that when there is science and there is religious dogma, you should prefer science over religious dogma. You should go with that, for example, which is something that is not acceptable to religious Muslims, is not acceptable to religious Muslim scholars. I can cite a very, very well.
So everything you just said is actually true, except the fact that you can apply the same thing to these Christian scholars who are going outside of the dogma and into the realm of inductive reasoning, of Aristotelian logic. And that is what is informing science. That's not Christian. It's not the Bible. It's not parables of Jesus. It's not the 10 Commandments. It's Aristotle. It's Heraclitus. It's Plato. It's whatever.
Well-known Islamic exegesis of the Quran, known as Tafsir al-Jalalain, which is from the 15th century. Tafsir al-Jalalain it has the name Tafsir al-Jalalain, which means the tafsir of the two Jalals, because it was written by two guys who both were known as Jalal. So they come and make a commentary on the Quran. What you can find in this tafsir in the 15th century, the tafsir says, when it comments on certain verses that describe the world or describe the earth as flat, he says that on a plain reading, the Quran is understood to say that the earth is flat. And it then points out, and this is the
What's so funny about this whole point right here is you can say the same thing about the Bible. The Bible never says the earth is round. The Bible says the earth has 4 pillars and that there's a firmament in the sky that lets water down. And the sun goes around the earth and can stop, according to Joshua. How is this a strong point? What are you doing? I thought this was funny in my opinion. So I just wanted to stop right there.
Consensus of the scholars of the faith, as opposed to those scholars of science who propose that it was a ball or a sphere. So this is the stance of Islamic scholars according to Islamic scholars.
What does that have to do with defending Christianity, though? You just said scholars of science, not Christianity, not the church. So, fine, we can cancel each other out there. The Bible and the Quran are wrong about the earth. Agreed. Move on. Great point, AP.
Scholars in the 15th century. But the 15th century, ironically, finally comes after the Islamic Golden Ages, where we had this great explosion of science. Well, it turns out that lots of those Islamic scientists in the Golden Ages were people who didn't really very much agree with Islam or with Islamic findings. Or if they did, if they made propositions that didn't agree with the Islamic perspectives, you had disagreements from actual Islamic scholars who dismissed some of their unconventional ideas, such as the ridiculous idea that the earth is a sphere and not a flat bed on the back of a whale, as something that is not something that Muslims believe in. So, speaking of the Golden Ages, my friend said that we speak of an Islamic Golden Age, but there is no Christian Golden Age. Now,
yeah,
I hate to break it to you, but it's actually very funny. We speak of an Islamic Golden Age because we can basically narrow the one time where Muslims actually contributed to science down to a little frame of a few centuries where they lose.
A few centuries is a long time, dude. That's a big golden age. Where's your few centuries of Christian golden age? Where is it? A few centuries. He made it. Notice how he made it seem so small. A few centuries. What? All right, let's hear your rebuttal to this.
Loosely made contributions to science. In the Christian world, we can't really point at one single time.
Why?
Where Christians contributed to science and then move on from.
We can't point to one time where Christians. What was that? Did you hear him? You cannot point to one time when Christians contributed to science, he said. That's funny. Why?
Because in the Christian history, we have multiple periods of development. We have the Carolingian.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me go where? Did you hear me in the background go when? Because I'm trying to get him to say when. Give me a period. Give me 1 century. Come on, give me something.
Renaissance. We have the High Golden Ages.
I just said the Renaissance. Okay, you can't use the Renaissance. Why? Because I already made a claim about the Renaissance. Now, before you even say the Renaissance, you already have to debunk what I said about Platon, about the introduction of classical sources back into the zeitgeist. That was my claim. I might not be right, but before you just cite the Renaissance, I already made a claim about the Renaissance. So you have to address that first. He doesn't do that. By the way, we got two super chats. Christianity is currently making a comeback on the tide of demographic anxiety, masquerading as the true historic West. Thank you for that super chat. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I guess so. The tide of demographic anxiety. Yeah, I would say you're right. Greg Helton, thank you for the $5 super chat. In my opinion, European colonialism in Asia and Africa was motivated by the same sentiments that motivated the Crusades. Yeah. That's another thing. People like AP will be like, Arabs, they conquered all this land from Africa to India. And it's like, where's your map of all the Christian colonialism for like all the North? It was all Christian colonialism, especially the New World, all colonized by Christians, Spanish conquistadors, the French in Canada, the English in Canada and the United States. Where the hell why aren't you complaining about that shit? But you want to talk about Arabs' expansion? They're playing by the same rules as everybody else. Arabs are playing by the rules that were given by everyone else. What's the difference? I don't understand why you singled them out when everybody was colonizing at that period, at the time period. He never addresses any of this stuff.
In the 11th and 13th centuries, we have the later developments, the Renaissance from the 14th to the 17th.
He just said the Renaissance twice.
17th centuries, we have the scientific revolution.
The 17th century is not the Renaissance. That's the Enlightenment. Doesn't even know what the Enlightenment is.
As said, which was led by Christians. Renaissance was led by Christians, by many devout Christians, and so on, which is why
I literally made the point in this section before this that the Renaissance and the Enlightenment even if it was Christian people doing it, they were not being informed by Christianity or by the Bible. They were being informed by inductive reasoning, and they're citing Aristotle, and they're citing other sources besides the Bible for all their new science, all their new scientific achievements. I made that point to you, but you just ignored it. And now you're just going to say, Christians did the Renaissance, Christians did the Enlightenment. Well, then why do you get to say that Muslims didn't create Granada? Why do you get to say that Muslims didn't have a golden age? You canceled yourself out here. Am I right? You cannot say that Muslims should not get credit for Granada because they were not being informed by the Quran, and then at the same time say Christians should get credit for the Enlightenment. That makes no sense. That makes zero sense. Your logic is way off here.
If we wanted to point at a Christian golden age by the same standard, we would have to point at the entirety of Christian history, probably.
You see that? The entirety of Christian history is a golden age. Wow. Under what standard are you talking about? What standard? So here, let me listen to listen to this. I made a point. I brought up, let me make myself bigger now. I just brought up the castle of Granada that had running water and steam powered rooms and shit. I brought up the inventions I brought up medical science advancements. I brought up hospitals. I brought up all types of shit in this debate. And that was my standard. My standard was in the 9th century, in the 10th century, here's what happened. I even gave names of people. You can look this up for yourself. All this is there. That was my standard. So then he turns around and says, under your standard, the whole thing's a golden age. What you just said was completely incoherent. Under my standard, where I gave names, places, and examples of technology, of engineering, of architecture, that's my standard. My standard is sources, proof, names, places, time periods, and then you turn around and go, under your standard, the whole thing is a golden age. And the crowd ate that up, which tells you something about the modern day debate crowd, doesn't it? Doesn't that tell you something? I was looking around going, I'm not in the company. I'm not I'm not in good company right now. This is not the brightest bunch, if you will. Anyways, so let's continue.
He suggested that Ibn Firnas, a wannabe scientist, actually developed a, I didn't really catch that part, but developed a flying machine which inspired Da Vinci. That's not.
So let's look it up then. Here, I'll play it while I'm looking it up.
There's no single evidence that Da Vinci was actually inspired by him, and he also didn't develop a successful device. So he then suggested that Islam got certain.
All right, notice how I said Da Vinci was inspired by him. Da Vinci didn't create a successful device either. So I didn't say anything about successful device. Here's what I said. I brought up Ibn Firnas, who was a polymath in the 9th century, very famous polymath in the 9th century, who created, here we go. Here we go. According to some secondary sources, about 20 years before first attempted to fly, he witnessed a man named Armin rip himself in a loose cloak, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Here we go. Ibn Firnas devised a means of manufacturing colored glass, invented various glass planispheres, made corrective lenses. I brought this up too. Devised an apparatus consulting of chain of objects that could be used to simulate the motions of the planets and the stars. Developed a process for cutting rock crystal that allowed Al-Andalus to seize exporting quartz to Egypt to be cut. He introduced Sindid to Antilus, which had been an important influence of astronomy. He also designed a water clock and a prototype for a kind of metronome. And look, I never said the flying device worked, but I do remember reading that the flying device was introduced into the culture so that people like Da Vinci could come along and come up with a more updated version of it. And then Da Vinci's ideas get taken by other people. And then other people's ideas get taken by other people. And then eventually you get the Wright brothers. So this was, people actually have talked about how this was a transitional fossil in our knowledge of flight. This guy was very important. That's all I was trying to say. He made a big deal out of it. Fine, whatever. All right. Anyways, look, this is not a bad thing. Someone trying to figure out how to fly, it's not a negative thing if he fails. It means people are trying to contribute to science. There's nothing wrong with that, especially if this guy is already adding to the knowledge database of science anyway. So, you can see all the sources for this too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's all I was saying by that. I didn't say he created a flying machine that worked. I just said he contributed to the ideas that Da Vinci later picked up. And this is well documented, by the way. So.
Bad ideas of oppressing other people, oppressing religious groups, oppressing women, and so on from Christianity, because Islam is an offshoot of Judeo-Christian religion. This is wrong. If you actually study the history of Islam, you will learn very quickly that Islam did not emerge from Judaism and Christianity. Unlike Christianity, which emerged from Judaism, Islam emerged from a polytheistic Arab culture and then adopted or appropriated and stole Christian and Jewish ideas, which it then began to slowly include into its text. But at the core, it was still very much a polytheistic Arab religion, which is why its focus on fighting and killing and raping everyone is very different from Judaism and Christianity. Thanks.
Wait, what? Okay. So when the Song of Roland is about Charlemagne going along and conquering the pagans and the Muslims, that doesn't count. That only Muslims are doing this. Only Muslims are the conquistadors, not the Spanish that are going and conquering the Aztecs and conquering the Native Americans. They're not conquerors. Only the Muslims are conquerors. That's crazy. By the way, Islam, as far as Islam coming out of Judeo-Christianity, this is not something that's even up for debate. It doesn't matter if Muhammad was a pagan for most of his life. That has nothing to do with anything. What matters is what informs the doctrine about Islam. You have the angel Gabriel revealing in the Quran to Muhammad from the God of Jacob and Jesus and Abraham. That's not pagan. There's nothing pagan about the angel Gabriel revealing the Quran to the apostle of the Muhammad's called the apostle of the apostles. Sounds so pagan, doesn't it? The apostle of the apostles is getting the Quran from the angel Gabriel to the one true God of Abraham, Jacob, and Jesus. That's pagan to you? What? Because there's jinn? That's so what? There's jinn and they have the Kaaba. They used to pray to Jerusalem, by the way, before they started praying to Mecca, as reported in the early sources and the early scholarship. But not even that. Christianity, when it would get its tentacles into the newer lands, you would get like Slavic Christianity would keep some of its core tenets around, or Nordic Christianity. There's like books about Odin and like they're like Christian books with like Odin and Loki in them. So like local traditions would continue on under Christianity. This was commonly known. They repurposed older pagan sites into Christian churches. So Islam's still continuing to have jinn and having the Kaaba involved in their religious tradition does not make it pagan. To make it pagan, you would have to have more than one God being worshipped. You would have to have the God of Abraham and Jacob not be there. You would have to have the angel Gabriel. Like, there's nothing pagan about the angel Gabriel revealing the Quran about the one true God of Jacob and Abraham and Jesus. Like, that's game. You're done. You're done right there. It's completely informed by Judeo-Christian principles. You have the story of the 7 sleepers in the Quran. You have the concept of Satan, which is completely Judeo-Christianity. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know how you could make this argument that that Islam is coming out of paganism. I mean, Abraham is recognized as the first prophet of Islam. Why do you think the holy site in Jerusalem is such a big deal? That's Abraham's temple. Their ethical codes are inspired by the Mosaic Code. They have afterlife of heaven and hell related to Christianity. Hellfire is not a thing in paganism. Hellfire is a Christian idea. Period. So you are wrong objectively that Christianity, Judeo-Christianity, does not influence or inspire Islam. Period.
Want to remind you, gentlemen, to let each man have his own speech without any interruptions. We'll give it over to Gnostic Informant. The floor is all yours for 8 minutes for your rebuttal as well.
Before that,
I mean, it's crazy.
I'm going to skip ahead to the back and forth because you guys all know what I'm going to say. I just said it right there.
Historically, over the last decades, Islam has...
Because Christianity itself, you can say the same thing about. You can argue that there's so much pagan influences on Christianity that it doesn't even resemble Judaism anymore. This is how religions form. I'm not even denying that, like the Kaaba, for example, it goes back to some sort of pagan rite. But then there's parts of Christianity that are drawing from secular, but the greater Greek world, such as like the concept of a logos and a dyad is found in Pythagorean pagan literature at the same time in the 1st century, early 2nd century. Chaldean oracles as an example. Julian the Theurgist has similar examples of a logos being in the beginning as the creative function that splits off into a dyad. You find that in John 1.
By the way, John 1's logo splitting off into a dyad of Zoe is so common in Pythagorean and more Neoplatonist, but Middle Platonist sources, showing even if some of these sources like Proclus, for example, it might be later than the Gospels, it doesn't matter because it shows you that in these so-called pagan circles, they had their own versions of trinities and triads. So, but you don't find that. You don't necessarily find anything about a triad in the Old Testament. I know there are people who argue that there is. That is completely fringe. There no serious scholarship is saying there's a trinity in the Old Testament. Nothing. So By the way, but trinities or trios in Greek is extremely common in Pythagorean and Platonic circles, which are pagan. That was my point there. If anyone didn't understand what I meant.
So there's no Jewish precedent for that at all.
In fact, I'll look that up for you real quick so I can.
I could talk about that. That's whatever. That's not a big point you made anyway. So, trying to think what you said. Oh yeah. So as far as the modern world goes, I don't really disagree much about like the state of things, but I want to emphasize the point that I made that I haven't heard any rebuttal to, is that in the West, secularism is the reason why we have such great things. Liberalism, freedom of speech did not come from Christianity. There's nothing in Christianity that says freedom of speech is good. If you leave it up to the Christians, there's blasphemy laws. How do I know that? Because they did it. Even in America, there's blasphemy. There's local blasphemy laws depending on what state you're in. And I think you would agree that blasphemy laws aren't cool, right? I haven't heard any response to that yet. Another thing I haven't heard any response to, we could go back and forth after this, is the literature thing. You have the Muslims between the 7th and 10th century were translating the classics, a lot of Aristotle and other texts, into Arabic, and you even have like Persian poetry and Arabic poetry, and there's even anthologies like the 1001 Arabian Nights, for example. There was a boom of culture and literature in the East that is not existent at all in the West. There's, like I said, I mentioned King Arthur and Beowulf. I haven't heard any response to that. And another thing is a big point that I wanted to make. I opened up with it. Galen and Aristotle. Those are the two primary sources for science in the West. Galen and Aristotle. They're both pagans. They both lived in times when Christians were not in power. Aristotle lived before Christianity even existed. Those two fundamental texts of Christian science, of medical science, are not updated until secularism starts to creep its way back into society. And I haven't heard you say anything I haven't heard you bring up any science texts from the Middle Ages or some sort of advancements beyond Galen and Aristotle that happened before the Enlightenment, for example. And we both talk about the Renaissance. As I mentioned, the Florentine Academy was started by a pagan. That's hard to get around. Where was why didn't anyone else start a Florentine Academy before Platon did? What took so long? This is in the 15th century when this happens, late 15th century.
And I never got a response to that. He never told me why the Christians weren't building universities before Platon. And you know what's funny is Platon's academy always gets credited by Christians. It's like, no, Platon's a pagan. Medici's at Florentine Academy was started by a pagan. That is a fact, brute fact. And you always hear him say this. The Florentine Academy was the first Platonic academy since Plato's Academy, which was shut down by Justinian, a Christian. You have a pagan. You have this great Platonic academy shut down by Christians and then brought back by pagans again. But they take credit for this shit too. You hear them all over the internet taking credit for this shit. It's so funny. Christians were in power for 1,000 years. Where's the Royal Art Academies before 1500? So I don't think you can credit Christianity for all the great things of the Renaissance. And like I said, even earlier than that, the people coining the term Dark Ages are Christians. I never denied that. I never said Dante wasn't a Catholic. I said the thing that he's doing is introducing classical elements that were long lost. That's what brought back this spark of the Renaissance, in my opinion.
Stop barking. And then you kind of shitted on the scientific advancements, but I haven't heard any. I haven't heard any advancements from the early Middle Ages in comparison to the water hydraulic systems found in Granada. They had clocks powered by water pressure. Palace had running water, heated floors, and automatic steam rooms and boilers. I haven't heard anything like that from any Christian inventor from that same time period.
Thank you very much. We'll now jump into the open dialogue. This will be approximately 40 minutes. Gentlemen, the floor is all yours for open dialogue.
You got something over there?
Yeah. I was just drawing something. So I just want to explain this very quickly here. So I said that that Islam developed its own religion out of polytheism, whereas Christianity came out of Judaism. I'll try to make it very simple here. So you can see a menorah here. There's a menorah here. Then it goes over, and there's a Christian cross here. So from Judaism develops Christianity directly, and then it
right. But Christianity is developing from the Middle Platonic world that it's living in, which is pagan. So it is coming out of Judaism, but it's being influenced
Okay,
by the other.
but the first Christians, what were they? Were they Jewish or non-Jewish?
They were Jewish.
Yes,
And not
thank
all
you,
of them.
Thank you, thank you. So the first Christians were Jewish. The first Christians were Jewish. In fact, Jews themselves considered the first
But they're
Christians to
still being
simply be
inspired by pagans.
a Jewish heretics. That's what.
Here's my thing about this. I don't think he's wrong, but so what? What does that have to do with Islam not being completely informed in its theology by Judeo-Christianity to a degree that's undeniable? Like, you don't have... Okay, I don't even know. I don't think he actually knows this. I actually know quite a bit about Arabian religion before Islam. Their high god, their high two gods is Alalat and Dusharis. But Dusharis is the highest god. Alalat is a goddess. People try to say that Alalat is Allah or something like that. It's nonsense. There's nothing in common. She's like Aphrodite. She's not telling you to submit and become pious and worship and follow Abraham and Moses. That's not what she's doing. She's telling you to she's a pagan goddess like Aphrodite. Completely like opposite of Allah. There's nothing in common. Dusharis is this other deity, very interesting god, who's sort of like Zeus and Dionysus rolled into one. It's hard to pin him. He's like Zeus. He's like a nature rain god. You know, he's thunder and lightning god, mountain god as well, mountain god. You know, but he's also the god of vegetation and grapes and the swelling of fruits and intoxication, like Dionysus. So he's like both. That's Arab paganism. It's like Greek paganism. It's like Roman paganism. There's nothing in there that says anything to do with Islam at all. There's no prophets. There's no angel. There's no Gabriel. There's no Jacob. There's no Jesus. There's no Mary. But guess what? All of those things are in Islam, in the Quran. So let me think here. Which one is Islam coming out of? Paganism, because they're Arab? See, this is the thing. He can't get past. He's like so racist against Arabs. He just thinks what they are is what matters. So in the sense of Christianity, they're Jews, so it comes out of Judaism. It doesn't matter what the theology says. Doesn't matter what's going on. But in the case of Islam, they're Arabs, so they must be Arab pagans. They must be like those guys. For ignoring the theology, ignoring the text, ignoring the Quran, ignoring the scripture, ignoring the fact that Muhammad himself says he was a pagan, and then the angel Gabriel came to him and told him that the God of Jacob and Jesus and Abraham is actually the true God, that he should renounce his old gods. This is a key factor here. He's renouncing his old gods exactly the same as Abraham did. Abraham's father was Terah. Terah was a pagan, a Babylonian polytheist from Ur, who worshipped many gods from the Ur pantheon. And guess what? An angel came to Abraham, told him to renounce his father's faith and follow Yahweh, or El. El is cognate with Allah. And it's the same exact God. Allah is the same God. If you go to Syriac Christianity, if you go to a Syriac church in Syria, and you're gonna go to attend their church, they say Allah is the God. They don't say Yahweh. They say the Father God is Allah. That's how you say Allah. Is how you say God in Syriac or Arab. So when Muhammad is being told to worship the God of Jacob and Jesus and Abraham, he's told to being worshipped the same God that the Syriac Christians are worshipped, Allah. It's not pagan. The idea that Islam is pagan is effing crazy and nonsense and fringe. There's nothing completely true about that at all. Zero. You just failed Theology 101.
But they're still being inspired.
Doesn't matter. Now let's compare this to Islam.
It does matter.
So
Why does it not matter?
Here's Islam.
Why does it not matter?
Let me make a point. Here's Islam. Islam is represented by a sword here, and instead of originating from Judaism, it develops from its own place, goes and adopts things from Judaism and Christianity, but is still its own thing. It never developed out of Christianity or out of Judaism.
But it's still its own thing, even though it says it's fulfilling the laws of Moses. It's still its own thing. Well, of course, it's its own thing. Everything's its own thing. Rabbinic Judaism is its own thing. Second Temple Judaism is its own thing. They're all their own thing. Who cares? You said nothing. You've made 0 points to refute what I'm saying. Islam is informed by Judeo-Christianity. It is worshiping the God of Abraham, Isaac, Joseph, Jesus, Peter, Mary, the God that sends his angel Gabriel, the God that tells you to follow these commandments, that there's only one God and he's the one. That is the God that Islam worships. It's coming out of the Judeo-Christian tradition. Who the fuck is it? Doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter where they came from. All that matters is what is informing their theology. And it's the Bible and Judeo-Christianity is informing the Quran. Period. There's nothing you can say to get around that.
Muhammad
it does not have any origin in Judaism and Christianity. So Muhammad himself was a polytheistic Meccan dude whose family were polytheists.
So was Abraham and his father Terah before the angel showed up and told him not to worship those gods. So what? Is Judaism pagan now? Does Judaism get classified as pagan under your own logic? No, it doesn't.
He was not of Jewish origin. He was neither of Christian origin.
Yeah, but he's not a polytheist after he becomes a Muslim.
Okay, but he was not.
But who is he inspired by? Who is he talking to? Nestorian monks? Persian Christians around
Look,
him?
here's the thing. If you wanted to make the case that that Muhammad was a learned Christian man, for example, or that learned Christian people, for example, came together and developed a new sect of Christianity, which then developed into Islam, you could make that case. Then you could say, yes, it's an offshoot of Christianity.
There you go.
That was simply not the case. Muhammad was a guy who was possibly at some point influenced by Christians.
Possibly.
And then later by...
Did you hear this dishonesty? Did you hear what he just said? How dishonest that was? Muhammad was a guy that was possibly influenced by Judeo-Christianity. So where did he learn about Gabriel from? Where did he learn about Abraham from? Where did he learn about Mary from? Where did he learn about Isaac from? Where did he learn about Joseph from? Where did he learn about El or Allah from? Where did he learn about fucking everything in the Quran? Where did he learn about it from? Pharaoh, the Exodus, the birth of Jesus. Where did he learn from it? Did he really get revealed by the angel? And he learned nothing from the Judeo-Christians around him? Is that what you're trying to say? Maybe we should be Muslims then, under your own logic. Because where else the fuck do you think he got this shit from? Other than being, he said, possibly influenced by. He's such a liar. Look at his face right now. Look how, oh my God, look at his face right now. Look at his, oh my God, dude, you're such a liar. I can see the lie coming out of your mouth. Oh my God.
But it was still at its origin simply a polytheistic religion, which then adopted or,
he's saying at the origins of Islam is polytheism. You know what's funny about that? People who say monotheism doesn't exist, there's some truth to that. But then people like that will say the closest thing to monotheism is probably Islam. And this guy just said at the core of Islam is polytheism. At the core of everything is polytheism, if you think about it. He's so he's either dishonest or dumb. Never mind.
Practically took things from Jews and Christians.
I think you can make the same case about middle Platonic philosophy adopting Jewish customs and sort of marrying.
Going on this journey, you guys brought us closer together.
You know what's crazy? I don't even think Apostate Prophet knows what Middle Platonism is. I bet you if he got him here right now, if he was sitting right in front of me, if I asked him what is Middle Platonism, he would have no idea. But he just made a face as if he knew what it was. I don't think he has a clue what Middle Platonism is.
No, that's not the same thing because those people were Jews.
Not all of them.
Middle Platonism Platonists are not Jews. What are you talking about? They're Jews who are Middle Platonists, but then there's non-Jews who are Middle. By the way, paganism is not a religion. I don't know if he knows this or not. I didn't say this in the debate. I should have brought it up. There's no such thing as paganism. There's local religions, and then that's it. Then there's Christianity and Judaism. There's local cults, and then there's Judaism and Christianity. And there's Orphism, and there's Platonism, there's Pythagoreanism, there's philosophies, but there's no such thing as paganism as a religion. It doesn't exist. It's made up by people way later in time. It just means non-Christian. It just means non-Jewish. That's all it means.
That's beside the point, because there's no requirement for being Jewish to be a Christian. They sort of disregard that stuff.
Okay, but the topic
That's
here is
the
that
whole
that
Right.
the Jews themselves.
So let me ask you
but
this.
that Christians were Jews who then developed Christianity
Well,
out of Judaism.
you and I
With
talked
Islam, we
about-
can't make the same thing. With Islam, we can't say that it took things, or it is based on Christianity or Judaism. It is some guy coming and taking from Jews and Christians. It doesn't develop from it. So you can't
That's
make
all
the same
that's,
case.
that's I agree with the history
Thank
of the
you, thank
development. I agree with that. But once you get the Quran, it's citing Mary, the birth of Jesus and Mary. It's citing Christian themes.
Okay.
And you and I have talked about this Nestorian Christianity, this Eastern sort of Byzantine Christianity, the iconoclast type of Christianity that was around in the 7th century. I mean, you and I have discussed this, that there's heavily influencing Islam.
Sure. But when you say that that Islam is the way it is because of Christianity, because that's where it takes its teachings from, because it's an offshoot of Judeo-Christian religion, that is simply wrong. You
They're
can't make the
adopting
case.
the customs of the Judeo-Christian culture.
Well, they're not. So,
can you show me a source that has like marrying children in Arab paganism?
unfortunately, the pre-Islamic pagan society was a very underdeveloped one. But
I agree.
But we can see, for example, in the early Islamic sources that they used to marry like tons of women freely and all that. So that apparently was reduced in Islam when Islam was introduced into only marrying up to 4 women, for example. Like there you have the polygamy aspect, for example. You have different instances of Muhammad marrying a child, Muhammad marrying his adopted son's wife, and so on. The society around him doesn't seem to object to much of what he does, except in that one case where he marries his adopted son's wife. There is a friction where people say, wait a minute, that is your daughter. How can you marry your own daughter? And he then conveniently brings a revelation from Allah. He's like, I'm getting a revelation right now. And then says that it was actually Allah who told himself to do that, upon which people calm down. But much of what Muhammad does is considered completely fine in his environment, in his culture, including punishing and killing people, apparently marrying children, which people didn't seem to object to, and so on. So you don't need to draw any of that from Christian or Jewish society. In fact, Christian society was significantly more morally advanced compared to Islamic early society.
That's funny because the Quran singles out polytheists as people that you can attack, while Christians and Jews have a place in their paradise. You can't say that's they're trying to be, at least if they're failing at it, they're trying to at least appear to be from that same lineage.
Well, what it actually says is that that you may attack and kill the polytheists, and it initially tries to make peace with the Christians and Jews, but then Muhammad quickly sees that the Christians and Jews actually don't want to accept him because he's kind of a lunatic.
And you could say
so. So what the Quran then says is that you may attack and subjugate the Jews and Christians and make them your subjects. So they are still to be fought.
I agree with that.
And they are still seen as not accepted.
But that's the same thing Christians doing, looking at the Jews and saying they don't accept Jesus. They're gonna,
Yes, but that again doesn't have much to do with the topic of Islam supposedly being an offshoot of Judeo-Christian religion. So, but I think this whole topic is kind of.
All right, we don't. What else did you want to go back and forth with?
I think we're basically done. So you can just concede that.
Let me just. I'm fine with any. I'm fine with any early. I'm not like too inspired to keep going. But
Do you agree that Islam is worse for society than Christianity?
He wanted to end it right there, which I thought was crazy because he never addressed any of my points. Never addressed any of my points the whole time. Isn't that crazy? Like when are you going to talk about any of the points that I made in that whole entire thing? You didn't talk about any of it. You just basically his whole position was Christianity is so obviously better that I don't even have to argue for it. Everyone in this room just knows, and I don't have to do any work. It's just like so self-evident. Like I didn't hear any arguments at all in favor of Christianity. It was just Islam sucks. That's it. And he never addressed anything I said about why Islam had golden ages and Christianity didn't. He never addressed, and he's trying to get out. It's so obvious that Islam is a product of Judeo-Christianity. It's so obvious that he just doesn't want to keep going there. He wants to move on from that subject, which I don't blame him. I wouldn't want to keep going either. So I just thought this debate was like, look, I'm not going to say I did. the position I took was like weird because I don't really believe in Islam that much to like sit here and try to argue that it's the greatest thing ever. But I don't think he did a strong job of the easy position than he had. I think he could have brought way more statistics, way more studies. He didn't do any of that shit. That was weak. I'm surprised no one's even talking about this. No offense, AP, if you're watching this, I don't think you did good at all. It was just like the way your whole entire attitude in this debate was, it's just so self-evident how bad Islam is. Christianity is so much better. Like, why are you even here? What do you think you're doing? I didn't hear any arguments at all. So I guess we're going to go to me and Andrew Wilson now, which I think was a lot more productive than that one, I think. I don't know how. Maybe not. But let's just start that one up.
Music and sound effects for your video.
By the way, just in case anyone's wondering, this was a different kind of structure. This debate was like, it was supposed to be me on the attack while Andrew was going to defend the attack. And that's kind of what happened. You'll see. This is different for Andrew. Andrew's usually the type of guy who's on the offense, attacking, trying to get for the knockout punch, like Mike Tyson. But in this fight, he's more like Mayweather. He's more on the ropes, trying to duke and juke and win defensively. Win defensively, if you will. And I think he did good. I think he's a good debater. He's a good debater. But I don't think, actually, I don't want to get into it too much. I want to start playing some of this stuff, and we'll talk about it. So this was a big debate. I actually was more nervous for this one because I didn't think AP was going to be as tough as a debater as Andrew Wilson was. I think AP would admit that himself. Anyways, you get the point.
Juicy debates as well. Another sponsor is Manifold, the world's largest online social prediction market. It's Gnostic Informant. The floor is all yours.
Wait a second, James. Just very quickly. I'm concerned Brianna Wu may have touched one of these water bottles. Can I have a different bottle of water?
We'll work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Gnostic Informant, the floor is all yours.
All right, so I'm a last minute fill-in. The other one at least I had some weeks.
Oh, we got some super chats. Let me do that real quick. Let me get them super chats out the way real quick. All right. Let's see. Oh, shit. A whole bunch of them came in. Oh, wait. Here we go. Greg Helton with the $5. Thank you for the. In my opinion, European colonialism in Asia and Africa is motivated by the same sentiments that motivated the Crusades. I agree. Mr. Warlight, is it a coincidence that the society progressed in the Great Enlightenment when Western philosophy expanded and Catholicism was abandoned? This is what I've been trying to say. I go, look at the correlation between when people start to look outside the box of the dogma and look what the results look like compared to when people are locked in dogma, what the results look like. All I'm saying is, just look at that. See what the results show you. Thank you for that super chat. J Frog 1111. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Honestly, Neil, AP should have stuck to the point that Christianity allowed secularism to progress in its societies, unless Islam did not. You got it. You just figured it out. I can't fight against that. If they just said Christianity allows for secularism, we're just one of those, we're just that great. What am I going to say? You got me. You're right. Absolutely. He could have said that. But instead, he tries to make it seem like he has to take credit for it, or somehow, it's a result of Christianity or something along those lines. Yeah. XXWLZXX. Thank you for the $10. Hey, Neil, would you say that the medieval Muslims were more advanced than current Muslims? Could you say that much of the modern Muslim backwardness is because they became more loyal to the text in modern? That's a tough question. I don't know. Because then there are some Muslim societies out there that have that are pretty damn advanced. Like, but it's just the thing is, I don't know if I would say it's the average person has access to those advancements. That's the problem. I bet you if you went to Saudi Arabia and we went to the palace of the prince, we would find some things beyond our comprehension of how like the wealth and prestige that those people have. I'm sure they had tons of advancements over there. Just the thing is, I just don't know how much the average person has access to that stuff compared to in the West. So, thank you for that super chat. Christianity was the original virtual reality. Nice. Thank you for that. Have you read Mircea Eliade? Highly recommend. Wow. I'll have to check that out. Thank you for the super chat. And Nate Utrira with the $10 says, unfortunately, in these debate scenes, you got to dumb down the information or explain it simply. Most people don't just never heard this type of information, so it sounds like gibberish. That's a good point. That's a very good point. You have to be very cautious of how much you throw at them. I couldn't agree more. Yamblicus in the house says, Neil, don't you think it's time to move beyond Abrahamic religions? Shouldn't the focus at this point to separate, purify, and save the brilliance of Greek thought from the dross of Abrahamic religions? I agree. I think it's I actually, if you think about what I've been doing on my channel, I haven't really been doing any like debunking stuff. I've been more like documentaries on. Like my last documentary was a 5-hour video on Roman religion, and I'm gonna bring you guys more of that stuff. That's what you're gonna see more of going forward. So I agree. I can't say I disagree with that. GD says, woke conservatives, really? Just really. Aya Gumidi, thank you for the 35. Christianity always seems to create the issue and then presents itself as the solution. Nice. By controlling the narrative. Couldn't agree more. Thank you for that super chat. All right, let's play some of this and let's cap the night off. Let's round this out to probably about 4 hours total, and I'll be done with this. It was like 2 days ago I found out that I was going to fill in for this one. So I got a few notes put together in the last hour or so, but I think we're going to do good. I think the back and forth will be good. So classical liberalism, in my opinion, has been so effective for society that's the reason why so many countries have followed suit after, obviously, the French and American Revolution, and then it just completely took over the world, basically. Most modern countries have some sort of constitution, some sort of list of civil rights that are protected by the state. What's going on, Rachel? Nice to meet you in person. You know what? I got to say this. Rachel and Andrew were cool as hell in person. They were completely polite, completely nice. I felt at home being around those people, and their whole crew was with them. They rented out a whole entire bar upstairs thing and had a whole thing of food ready to go. And I just got to eat for free and drink a couple beers and be on my way. Like, I have nothing bad to say about Rachel or Andrew at all. Nothing. Zero. Like, they're good people. You have my word for that. Thanks for stopping by, Rachel. Good to see you.
And it's led to the thriving of different areas, not just science, but the arts. I mean, I was in Egypt, and they do have local music there, but I couldn't believe how much I was hearing American music there. We're dominating in media and in film and music, because we live in a society where people are free to express themselves and put out that type of literature or film or whatever it is that other places don't really have the ability to do. And so the reason is because in order to have scientific advancements, you have to have a environment where there is no dogma putting pressure on people, where there isn't a state-controlled theocracy, if you will, which is what Christian nationalism is, theocracy. That is.
So this point right here,
I went first, so I didn't really know what I was getting myself into with Andrew. He doesn't actually argue for any type of theocracy. What he's trying to do, and you'll see when he speaks, he's trying to inform, change minds, get people in power, and then sort of through the means of the legal jargon, then start to repeal certain laws he doesn't like, add certain laws he doesn't like, which, to be honest, is completely what you might be watching this and thinking like, well, why wouldn't you reject that? Well, the principles I might have an issue with, like the laws or whatever. We have disagreements on certain stuff, but the action that he's talking about, I actually have no issue with at all, because it's all being done through this democratic republic, through the constitutional republic, whatever you want to call it, classical liberalism, whatever. Who knows what the hell you call it at this point? But like the status quo system that we're in, 3 branches of government, people vote on elections, people vote for their representatives, all that stuff. He's basically saying there's nothing wrong with that. I just want to use that system in my favor and do it through the means of changing people's minds, blah, 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 blah. So when I said this right here, it kind of doesn't really matter. Like you're going to see later, like this point right here kind of just gets waved away. Like you'll see. Is getting in the way of people doing things that are, exploring areas that are considered to be blasphemous or whatnot. And so classical liberalism also offers people who are religious to be religious. So it sort of covers the other end too. I don't know if you ever heard of Rajneeshpuram. It was like this cult out in Oregon, a bunch of new age weirdos out there. I think it was like in the 80s or 90s. They had their own commune. It was a disaster. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like saying this was a good thing.
Is that the people are retarded guy?
All right. And I remember what I said right there. I said it's a disaster. Don't get me wrong. So my point was not that we should copy those guys. My point was that we have a system that's in place that allows communities to sort of come up and start their own little sub community, which people actually do take advantage of, by the way. There's like Christian nationalist societies out. I don't know if you call them Christian nationalists, but there are like little sub pockets in the Appalachian of like orthodoxy going on right now. Like they're out there. Like you just don't hear about them because they're kind of dropped out from the greater status quo, if you will. I don't know.
Was that OSHA? Was that him?
Yeah.
OSHA.
The point is, they had the ability to do that under this constitution. They had the ability to go and build their own community, and you can have homeschool. Nobody's stopping you from homeschooling and setting up your own community of a church. In fact, during the Bolshevik Revolution, we had floods of refugees from Russia that came here because this was the best place to go, that they could freely set up their church and start a Orthodox community in America. So classical liberalism doesn't just give atheism to people, it gives them the choice to choose a religion. We do have one example still around today of what could be considered Christian nationalist nation, and that's Armenia. I'm interested to hear what he thinks about this, because Armenia has a state religion. The government is pretty much tied to this state religion, the church, the Armenian Church, Orthodox Church, but they also score on the CPI, Corruption Perception Index, 47 out of 100, which is 62nd worst out of 180, behind Saudi Arabia and behind Costa Rica, just in front of Jordan and Kuwait. So they're sitting right with their buddies that are all theocracies. And then at the top 20, you have all of the classical liberal nations. Denmark, number 1 with a 90 score. Finland, number 2 with 87. United States, I don't think anyone here disagrees. There's some corruption in the United States, but we're still in, I think, 20 or 21 with a score of 69, well above Armenia. And then there's other areas, other nations that aren't necessarily Christian nationalists. They do actually have constitutions, but are majority Christian as far as the culture goes, like Argentina and Costa Rica, or Brazil, where Rio de Janeiro, where the giant Jesus is sitting over the whole city. And these are places where poverty and unemployment and lack of labor, violent crime, drugs, gangs are just rampant. So Christian culture isn't really doing much about that. So I was thinking, since you're the one on trial here, I just wanted to ask you, how would
these open debates were only 5 minutes. This is almost already over.
you enforce this? How would this even go about when we already have a mostly, even people who don't consider themselves liberal, whether libertarian or center right, would probably align more with constitutional republic ideals than Christian nationalism. I don't know. I don't even know what the percentage might be. I would probably say 90% of the country would align with what I'm saying right now. Not this room for sure, though, but that's okay. How would you enforce that? And also, which Christian denomination? Obviously, you're Orthodox. So what about Protestants? Who I was at a Protestant church for 6 years.
15 seconds.
Okay, who said the Catholics were all going to hell and so are the Orthodox? What about them?
We'll kick it over to Andrew for his 5-minute opening statement as well. Andrew, the floor is all yours.
That was one point that I was thinking about now that I don't think we ever got into, was like, because there's people try to say like Christians have like very similar more like politics or worldviews, regardless of their theology. Not always, though, because I know some Protestants out there that are Baptists who are so anti-Catholic / Orthodox that even if they're both, because these are people who are conservative, who vote for Trump, who vote for or talk shit about Kamala and Biden, but like they can't get past Orthodoxy and Catholicism being like the worst evil on the planet. I wanted to find out more about like how do you go about that. I don't think we actually got into that, but because I actually do think that would really actually be something that would happen if this ever came to fruition. If Orthodoxy and like the evangelicals all sort of rise up and take control, I mean, someone's going to stab someone in the back pretty soon. That's what I'm saying. Like someone's going to do it. It'll probably be the evangelicals that do it because that's their, whatever.
Well, first and foremost, thank you to the Crucible crew for drinking way too much with me last night. I'm trying to hair the dog here a little bit and get through this debate with my dignity intact. And so to kind of dive into a few of these things, Christian nationalism, if you want to give a broad definition, I think this one would be fine. It's a form of religious nationalism, focuses on promoting the Christian views of its followers in order to achieve prominence or dominance in political and social life. So often the criticism that you'll hear from your opponents when you're talking about Christian nationalism is about enforcement. How do we enforce this? Are we going to imprison the gays? Right? And that always comes down to imprisoning gay people for some reason. Are we going to oppress the women? Are they not going to be allowed to vote? Which, even though I prefer probably most of them didn't. No, it's about prominence in culture. So what the ideal of Christian nationalism is the idea of Christianity being a prominent force in the social order of culture. It doesn't have much to do with law. I think that laws will be just and justly created when the morality of the people who are making them have a Christian foundation and a Christian ethic. So that's what it's promoting. It's not promoting a takeover of all lawmaking systems. That's in many ways unimportant. We're talking about the foundational ethics of the lawmaker themselves. So if the foundation ethics of the lawmaker prominently work around this ethical system, the theory anyway is that it should create a more ethical society, right? Doesn't mean that you couldn't make laws which were good for secularists, or that secularists would need to be tortured with Chinese water torture, except maybe Neil. All it means is that it's the promotion of the prominence of Christianity as a cultural force, that our voices also get to be heard. And if our voices end up coming out on top, good. Why is it everybody else's theories and ideas?
So one of my questions, even to this right now, that I kept kind of bringing up to him, and you're going to see me do it, was what is different about right now? Right now, Christian nationalists have most of the control over everything. Like they have the most seats in the House, they have the most senators, they have the presidency, they have the damn freaking justices that Trump elected. They have the next 2 years. People say 4 years. The next 4 years is going to be free. It's not that. It's 2 years because the midterms could change everything, which who knows? It might even go back in their direction again. All I'm saying is they have the next 2 years. They just started 30 days ago. The next 2 years from now, they're going to be able to just pass along shit in their direction. And we're all just going to have to sit here and watch. And that's just the way the shit turned right now. And I'm wondering, I'm not even complaining about that because that's democracy. That is like literally as much as it doesn't matter what you think. Democracy is working in their favor for right now. And I'm trying to wonder, I was trying to press Andrew, what exactly is the difference then? Like, is it, that's why I said, is it just Christian populism then? Is it just, you're just hoping that the populist movement goes in your favor? Because populism could be, because it kind of sways around, right? Populism goes in different directions. Is that what this is? And that's what I kind of came to the conclusion. I think that's what kind of he's getting at. But I didn't really hear. Well, he did bring up repealing the 19th. He repealed. They do have they want to do stuff. I'm not saying they don't want to do anything, but the way they're doing it doesn't necessarily say that anything's wrong with the system that we're in right now. The system that we're in, which is informed by classical liberalism, is actually working great. And I haven't heard anything against that. It's just in some cases, like they both, Andrew and his wife are not fans of feminism. They're not fans of everyone voting. They're not fans of certain things like some civil rights stuff. Those are the things that classical liberalism produced through voting. But now, through voting, things are swinging in their direction. So I was trying to figure out, is there something systematic that needs to going forward? Do we need to end, I don't know, term limits on presidencies? Do we need to get rid of one of the branches of government, replace it with the church? That type of thing. And I didn't really get that. But like I said, Andrew's usually a Mike Tyson debater. And in this debate, he was very much like a Mayweather. He's very much like waiting for me to go, seeing what I'm going to do, ducking around me and shit. And just kind of, that's how he won. That's how he got it. He did a good job of that. GD, thank you for the super chat. Do you think Christianity in America is trying to rebrand and live on through UFO, flat earth, and QAnon cults in coming decades? It already is. I mean, not even most Christians would say that this is the case. But there's a ton of people, and left-wingers do this shit too. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Everyone's like that. There's always people who believe in aliens and flat earth. That's just the way people are. There will always be QAnon people. There will always be UFO people. I mean, UFO people are living it up right now. I was just down in Newark, or up in Newark, I should say. And they're still talking about drones over there and shit, and orbs and all types of shit. So, I don't know. Thank you for that super chat.
Get to come out on top, except for Christian ideas and theories. And that's what we're really pushing for. That's what Christian nationalists are actually pushing for. So Neil, he makes, and this debate, the reason I wanted to do it is because I'm often attacked for always being on the attack, always hitting, which is true. But I'm actually happy to be on the side that's getting grilled to answer these questions because so many people have them. Classical liberalism, he says, good for society because of arts and media and a few things like that. But Neil forgets there's a double-edged sword, that without that foundational ethical system, media has turned into a promotion for mass degeneracy, which hasn't been helpful for anybody. Massive promotion of degeneracy in most Hollywood films, massive promotion of degeneracy, which is coming out of most forms of media now. How would Neil compensate for that? Well, he can't, because if you have these kind of unlimited freedoms of expression, you're going to have a moral population, or else you're going to end up with degeneracy. How are you going to instill those morals in the population with secularism like Neil's? He can't. Society where freedom to express is important. Christian ethics doesn't say that you can't express yourself. Where's that happening? Nowhere. So he says scientific advancement requires no dogma.
I should have got him on that. I should have brought up the Council of Trullo, which, well, maybe I did bring this up. I don't know if I forgot if I brought this up or not, but there was a Byzantine law code from the 8th or 9th century or something like that, where the grapevine producers that make wine, make this magic stuff right here, if they laughed too loud, they were in trouble. They would go to, I don't know what they would do. But the point of the law code was frivolous laughter was banned because it meant honoring the god Dionysus. Like, you had ridiculous laws like that on the books because of Christians fearing their Greek subjects going back to their classical, because people don't realize this. In the Greek East, there's not much in the Latin West that we all know our Latin West history, but in the Greek East, there was always some sort of draw back to the old Homer, Hesiod, Euripides, all the classical period stuff, Plato, Aristotle. There was always some sort of draw to that shit. And like St. John Chrysostom was one of the first people to get pissed off at his Christian subjects for being they memorize Homer and they can't wait to go to the plays. But then when they come to church on Sunday, they don't remember the liturgy. And this was an issue for all the way probably till like the 11th century. No joke. Because there's even John of Mytilene lived in the 11th century, and he sort of writes about this too. How there's still like people love Brumalia and the Kalends festival more than they like Easter. So, anyways, why did I bring that? Oh, I brought that up because he's talking about what law codes prevent you from expressing yourself. Well, it's actually well known that not just Byzantine law codes, but Christians were very much using blasphemy laws all the way up until 18th century. Even into the 19th century, I think blasphemy law codes were still being enforced. It's not until like the 20th century where they stopped enforcing blasphemy law codes. So I missed him on that one. I should have wrote that down in my notebook when he said that. But what are you going to do?
I would argue it kind of is a dogma, but science is evolving now into sociology.
That's a good point right there. Let me just play that back again.
Or else you're going to end up with degeneracy. How are you going to instill those morals in the population with secularism like Niels? He can't. Society where freedom to express is important. Christian ethics doesn't say that you can't express yourself. Where's that happening? Nowhere. So he says scientific advancement requires no dogma. I would argue it kind of is a dogma, but
so this doesn't make any sense to me. Scientific advancement requires no dogma. So it's true. It requires nothing informing how you decide things. Like you're trying to go in blind on all your studies. That's why they call it blind study. A blind study. You're trying to go in this thing without anything pulling you in any direction. No dogma. That's what I meant by that. So that's like saying that's a dogma is like saying, I don't know, what's a good comparison to this? It's like saying, I don't know. It's like, here you go. Alcoholics. I'm drunk right now. I'm like kind of wasted. Imagine saying being free from alcohol is like being drunk. That's like what you're saying right now. You're saying removing dogma is only going to allow for more of a unbiased approach to doing research or what's the word I'm looking for? Why can't I think of the word? An unbiased approach of doing like certain research and certain what the hell is the word that I can't think of right now? You get what I'm saying? Okay, you guys get what I'm saying. So for someone to say like having no dogma is a dogma is absolutely incoherent. It's like saying not being an alcoholic is being an alcoholic, or not drinking is like being drunk. Like what the hell? It's incoherent. It doesn't even make sense. I don't even know how to even. I don't know what he means by that, but I should have. Once again, I have my pen in my hand. I have my paper. I should have wrote that down as something to go back and forth with him on. For some reason, I missed that too. Anyways, let's keep going.
Science is evolving now into sociology and psychology being a dominant cultural force. So the thing is like, is psychology and sociology even science? I don't even think it is. I don't even consider psychology to be a form of legitimate science. But that is what is becoming the dominant force in culture, not real science. It's not like people who are building rocket ships are getting beat up by Christians. They're not like, oh, no, no more rocket ships. What they're saying is no more sociological studies which say that we can rearrange kids' genders and rearrange their autonomy and their anatomy, right? That's what they're saying. He brought up the Oregon Commune, which is funny. This was under a lunatic named OSHA. But here's what's so funny about it.
Right. I mean, B.S. Lewis, I've heard Jim Bob make this point too. He would say, having no dogma is just another dogma. It's incoherent to me. It's like I don't know. So you're doing experiments and you're trying to remove anything that could prevent you from getting to an unbiased answer. By the way, this applies to that stuff that they actually want, like having no left-wing woke shit influencing science. Like, this is actually something that benefits them. What I'm saying, I'm not saying this just to attack Christianity. I'm saying that this is actually a good thing in all regards. Like I'm trying to level with someone like Jim Bob or Andrew. It's like, what I'm saying is, you might have someone in academia who's a Marxist, and their Marxist ideas is a dogma. They're dogmatically Marxist, and peer-reviewed papers are going through. The people doing peer review are all Marxists. I'm not saying this is the case. I'm saying let's try to let them see it from our perspective. Everyone who's doing peer-reviewed papers are all Marxist. Now, if you remove their Marxist dogma, you might have a chance of having better outcomes that are not going to be influenced in one direction. That doesn't mean it's a new dogma, though. So it's like if you remove all of the, let's say dogma was like a magnet, and it's pulling in one direction, and there's another magnet on one side of your experiment pulling everything in that direction. You get rid of that magnet, and then you have another one on this direction. It's pulling away. You get rid of that magnet. Now you have no magnets. Does that mean there's a new magnet there? There's nothing pulling at anything now. You have no magnets now. So the idea that no dogma is a dogma is absolutely incoherent to me, because a dogma, I would argue, is like a gravitational pull in a certain direction. You can't, by getting rid of that gravitational pull, you don't create a new one. There's nothing. It's just nothing. It's like that's the best way I can explain it. I hope that made sense. So, did someone drop a super chat? Oh yeah. Andre P, thank you for your super chat. Richard Carrier said that CNs do not really believe in Christianity, but promote it for practical purposes. AW sounded exactly like that to me. Andrew Wilson sounded exactly like that to me. He had no moral or philosophical arguments only. Let's coerce people to achieve end goal X. Well, I don't know about Andrew's personal beliefs. He doesn't get into theology a lot because, as he describes it, he's not advanced enough in theology. And it's true, in Orthodoxy, you're actually not supposed to get into theology if you're not there yet. They have specific doctrine that only is for people who are going to do apologetics, and it's very advanced. It's not like your average evangelical church that is sola scriptura. It's very advanced. It's thousands of years, 2,000 years of church fathers debating, and it's like their own different science category. Like, we have science, right? Today's science books that are peer reviewed through Oxford are on top of the backs of the science that came before it. So that old science is outdated, but the new science keeps going on top of the new science, of old science, and you get to where we're at today. So that a new student can come along, and all they have to do is read the updated material, and then they can work on that stuff and update that, and it goes like that. The church is very much like that. The church has been sort of working out the kinks of their theology for the last 2,000 years. You have modern theologians that come along and write new stuff, and they're adding to the sort of database of theology of Orthodox Church. You don't get that you don't really get that with your average evangelical Baptist American church. So someone like Andrew comes along, he gets converted to Orthodoxy. He's not going to be even they're going to tell him, don't get into theology unless you pass these requirements. So I don't know if that's the case, if that's the reason why he doesn't get into his own personal stuff. But Andrew, from what I gathered, doesn't really care, or I shouldn't say doesn't care. He tries to argue, even if it's not true, it's better for society. He wants to go in that direction. He wants to basically say, okay, fine, you don't believe it. Let's just put that aside for a second. Let's talk about the benefits of it. Let's talk about the results of it. Let's talk about the end game. Let's talk about what it produces for society, which is actually, I like that better, because then we have to. All the other shit is like, it's like pointless. It doesn't matter. What matters is like the results, the reality behind it, which we get into this later on when he tries to say that laws don't exist because they're just made up. They're metaphysical. They exist in our heads. They're on a piece of paper, but they're enforced by the people with guns, which is true. And as I point out later on, there's also a reality as a result of that. Like, I can say whatever I want about Muhammad, and I'm not going to have the government arrest me. But if I lived in Egypt and I said things about Muhammad, the government will arrest me. That is two different realities. Those are real physical realities that you can't deny. So I'm getting ahead of myself, though. Let's keep going.
Because of the weakness of the laws in the United States for these kinds of freedoms, these people were actually able to take over this entire town, put in their own police force, right, and turn it into a hellhole where they ended up all getting arrested because they were trying to poison the local population, right? Great job there, Neil, right? Great job there. He says, well, what about these areas that have Christian ethics or they have Christian nationalism, like Armenia, where corruption is really high? Christian ethics themselves are designed to reduce corruption. That's true. But pointing out a place where it is corrupt and Christianity happens to be the dominant force for the religion doesn't mean that it's Christianity causing the corruption.
15 seconds.
So, and then lastly, well, we can get into it from there. Anyway, Neil, I'm happy to open this up whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. The floor is yours.
Oh, is there a rebuttal thing too? Or?
Open dialogue.
All right, let me just ask you something. Let me just rebut one thing you said about the commune of the people. I brought them up, and I did say it turned into a disaster, but they broke the law. So the law is still there. The idea of someone lawfully starting their own commune is possible. Is what I meant to say.
Yeah, I know, but listen, they broke.
That's a terrible example.
They broke the law later. They broke the law later when they were trying to poison everyone. But they actually worked within the confines of the law, take the entire town over, take over the entire police department, and literally begin the enforcement of their cult in because they didn't share the same value structures or virtues as the local population.
Right, but you and your entire community.
So he kind of gets around me on this one. I was trying to kind of box him in and get him to say something like, but that wouldn't work because even under my own commune, I'm still subject to the laws of classical, the constitutional republic, blah, 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 blah. He kind of got around me on that because he's basically just saying, no, that's not what I want. What I want is I want people to get in power in the system that we have and then change laws from within. So my whole attack mode kind of failed here. I was trying to get him to sort of reject the premise of starting a commune like these weirdos, because I wanted to see if he would go into, no, what's the real problem is the systemic laws that we have that are producing feminism and whatnot. And it didn't work. He didn't take that bait. He just kind of, you'll see.
Of orthodoxy could do the same thing and then not break the law and then live in your ideal situation that you're looking to do anyway.
Which is what?
Orthodoxy, raising your children under orthodoxy, having a church that, right, having people around you have the same ideas as you.
Yeah, but what did I say that Christian nationalism is? It's the movement towards Christianity becoming a prominent social force for good.
The way the movement towards the movement, like I didn't know how to sort of grapple with that. Like, what do I do there? It's a movement. He's pushing for a movement. Everyone kind of is pushing for some sort of movement, though. So I don't really have any objection to that yet. So I have to kind of just keep prying into what he means by that.
So the idea here is social force, not necessarily taking over government positions, though. Yeah. There's going to be an entailment. I don't think
you're worried about degeneracy.
Well, not just degeneracy, but that's a big part of it. When you look at government structure now, I don't think church and state can be completely separated because people are informed by their religious values when they're in office.
I agree.
So they're going to rule and govern based on those values. So they can't be completely separated.
We have 86 Christians in the Senate right now.
Yep.
And I mean, most of them are Christians. So you would think,
kind of weak. A lot of them are pretty weak Christians.
And that's what I'm trying. That's another question I have for you. Most people are weak Christians. I mean,
I agree.
How do you?
That's how we know that Christianity is not the dominant social force.
How do you get people to think the way you think without like extremely harsh law?
Why would we need extremely harsh?
Will Robert M. Price ever be back on the show? I'm really disappointed with the atheist community. I'm a conservative atheist. Trump bashing and hatred against anything conservative has to stop. You know what's so crazy about this comment? When Robert M. Price was being canceled for being conservative, Guess who's the only, I'm not kidding, the only person who still had him on his show all the way a year beyond his cancellation? Constellation Pegasus. Can you guess? Let me see if you can guess. Actually, let me just pull it up for you. Let me just pull it up. Robert M. Price. And so let's see if I can find it. When was the last time he was on my show? I don't even know. 2 years ago? No, it was less than 2 years ago. So I'll tell you what happened. I'm going to tell you what happened. We'll take a little side break for a second. We'll go back to the debate in a minute. I'm trying to see when was the last time I had him on, because he got canceled a long time ago. However, if you actually look at my timeline, people think I was like part of the whole thing. I didn't have anything to do with anything. I was the only person who tried to stop him from being canceled. I actually had him on. I tried to get him on a discussion with other people. That thing turned out to be a disaster. They all started talking about politics. He started talking about the election being stolen. The whole thing went sideways. I ended up just stopping the whole stream. But then guess what happened after that? I had him on again after that. We'll see. When was it? I'm trying to find out when it was. Robert M. Price. Let's see. Here it is, 2 years ago. So I had him on. I'm just going to put this down for 1 second. I'm going to bring it back up. I had him on for this channel, this discussion right here. And then after this happened,
additive dualism, good versus evil, and all that, it ultimately winds up being a
okay, that happened. This is way after the whole cancellation thing happened. I had him on for a little. I just said, I don't really care. I talked to Giorgiani. Giorgiani gets called Nazi all the time. I talk to all different types of people all the time. Why should I stop talking to him? Because everyone doesn't want to, nobody wants to have him around anymore. So I had him on. And then out of the blue, I hear, or he made a post on Facebook or something, calling me the or Gnostic Disinformant or something like that. And I just was like, what the fuck did I ever do to you, dude? And I guess he said that I was, what did he say I did to him? I don't know. Apparently I did something he didn't like. I don't know. Anyways, after that, after I saw that post, I never talked to him ever again, as I naturally should, because why should I? So the only person that canceled him, in my opinion, was himself, because as far as I know, people were willing to talk to him like myself, and he just was weird. I don't know. He seems like he's losing his mind a little bit too. So whatever. What are you going to do? Anyways, back to the debate.
A lot of people, does it seem like I'm having trouble convincing people to think like I think? The truth is that
that's a good point.
Is that just through debate, dialogue, right, and the differences and clashes of ideas, it's very easy for me to promote that Christians should be the dominant force of culture. Well, here's what are Christians promising to do bad to you? Oh, we're going to eliminate pornography. We're going to eliminate OnlyFans. We're going to promote nuclear families. We're going to try to bring the birth rate back up. What is it we're trying to do here to you? What is it that Christians are trying to do that's so bad to you guys?
So, I think obviously the state's playing to this. Florida passed a bill where you can't log into porn websites unless you have ID. I think it's good. I'm saying the law.
So that was funny. I think he thought that I was bringing that up as like, I don't know why he thought that I was bringing that up as a negative thing. I was trying to say there, at the state level, things can be done in your favor without Christian nationalism. Like, I don't even think all Christian nationalists were the ones that voted that in. Why should kids be watching porn? Like, that's a no-brainer. I don't think that's a necessarily Christian nationalist idea. Now, don't get me wrong, 100% of Christian nationalists probably voted for that. But that doesn't mean every single person that voted for that particular law were Christian nationalists. So that's why I brought that up.
Law can work for your favor.
Sure.
And also on top of that, you just saw the last election completely sweep in your favor.
Yeah.
So classical liberalism can be a good thing. You can have bad ideas win out, but then people get tired of those bad ideas, or they realize I was wrong and they vote the other way.
In Christianity,
by the way, someone pointed this out to me after the debate. They're like, you know why it took this long for states to pass laws banning porn unless you have ID? I was like, I don't know why. It's because now we're in the age of what do you call it? What do you call it when you log in and they can't tell what state you're in? Why am I drawing? My brain is off right now. Private internet access. You don't. What is it called? Someone in the chat say what it is. VPN. So now that we're in the age of VPNs, now the porn companies are like, well, now we can charge. Now we can use ID because everyone's just going to turn their VPNs on. So I didn't even think about that. By the way, that's a sign that I don't look at porn that much. Because I was like, damn, that's actually true. Like, people are still the porn's consumption didn't really go down, I bet. Everyone's got VPNs now. They're cheap as hell. Yeah, that's probably what happened. And probably, in fact, VPN companies want the states to pass those laws. Think about this. You're a VPN company. You want every state to pass a law, except for one state. You got to leave one open so they can use that as a VPN. But you want states to start moving towards ID, like when you log online to whatever porn sites exist, and you got to take a picture of your ID and upload it to the computer. If you're a VPN company, you want that because that means more people are going to buy your VPN so they can watch porn, which is crazy, but it's true.
Exist in any system. Communism, it can't exist there. It has.
It can.
It's not that it's optimal, but it can.
Right.
It can exist in capitalism. It can exist in classical liberalism. It can exist in libertarianism. The structure of the religion itself is a social force. Necessarily, that is going to start conditioning laws. That's true. But the types of laws that you're talking about that they're pushing are what? The reduction of degeneracy. The biggest force, the reason Christianity is making such a social comeback and why Christian nationalism will win. You can look at the odds markets even on this. Christian nationalism is winning because of the backlash towards degeneracy, which classical liberalism allows through art and culture.
Other than this room, where is Christian nationalism winning?
Didn't you just give an entire case for Christian nationalism, sweeping the entire government and laws?
And not nationalists, though. So I'm not saying that there's a difference between Christian nationalism and then just having a bunch of Christians.
What's the difference?
That they're not enforcing laws that are
except the one that they just passed in Florida.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's not Christian. Is that your idea of Christian
nationalism? No, I think that you brought it up as an example of how Christian social force can lead to law. So that would be part of Christian nationalism, sure.
But that's also what the point of a republic, the democratic republic, is that you have representatives in there who have different ideas. 86 of them being Christian, and they're going to be.
Yeah, why do we need guys in there who have the idea that we need to legalize porn?
That's not Christian nationalism. That's just Republican, democratic republic working.
Yeah,
it just happens to be working in your favor at this point.
Yeah, so great. But what is Christian nationalism? It's the idea of promoting the social force towards the ideas of Christian ethics. It's not necessarily the idea of taking over government. That's just an entail. Once people become ethical, they move towards Christian ethics.
So
we take over government anyway.
So it's really just Christian populism. Is that probably a better term?
Yeah, that's a term that I often interchange with Christian nationalism. Is Christian populism. It's the idea of the social force of Christianity being the dominant force for culture. Period.
And so, the question I was asking, where do you go into, church and state? Let's go there.
So I do think that. I know names are like whatever. Names don't really matter much. But I do think it should be. I do think there's a difference between populism and nationalism in the sense that populism represents like a majority position that most people hold to. And nationalism is, to me, I mean, from what I'm like historically, is a specific ideology that sort of leans in the direction that you have like complete, like, I'm not trying to confuse it with patriotism, like pride in your country, but like the focus is on the country itself, not the idea. So nationalism, Christian nationalism, sort of would be like the nation has to come first, and then Christianity comes along with it. Whereas in Christian populism, populists are the Christians. Does that make sense what I just said? Like, instead of having nationalism as like you have like an economy that's like protecting the nation. It's very protectorate. It's very I don't know. You guys get what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying Christian populism sounds like a better branding of what he's trying to get at, in my opinion, than Christian nationalism. Because I don't know.
let's keep going.
You said the church should have dictation over certain areas, like what, like marriage.
Like marriage.
Okay. And what happens when Buddhists want to get married?
They don't get married.
What if they want to?
They can go to a Buddhist nation and get married. What do you mean? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Relax. If it comes to
I mean, because there's economic things involved, like protectionism, tariffs, quotas, subsidies, regulations, like stuff like that nationalism requires. Whereas populism doesn't really necessarily have any interest in sort of worrying about those aspects. It's more about the culture. Nationalism has more than just the culture. Nationalism is about the economics. It's about the whole system itself favoring the nation. So I don't know. Maybe he is a nationalist, though. Maybe he does care about that stuff. But we didn't get into that at all, though.
After marriage, things like this. If Buddhists want to get married, if we keep the state out of it, then who cares?
Why marriage, though? Marriage is never just a thing for Christians, though.
Yeah, but what is it? It's not going to still be a thing just for Christians.
Okay, so
just why does the state need to be involved in marriage?
Still get the benefits of being married without having a religion.
What are the benefits of being? No, I'm saying you can take the state completely out of marriage. Why does the state need to be involved in marriage?
Because one person makes a bunch of money, the other person doesn't, and then there's all these there's all these laws on what happens when they divorce, all that stuff.
Yeah, so the state needs to come and govern your personal life, huh?
That's what you're saying.
No, that's what you're. I asked you why the state needs to be involved in marriage, and you said because of money, because one person could make more money than the other person, or some nonsense.
Oh, there's like tax benefits, all types.
Here, I looked it up. I just want people. I'm not explaining myself correctly here. Let me just. So this is called protectionism. Trade protectionism is an economic policy restricting imports from other countries through methods of tariffs, importing goods, quotas. And it says protectionism has been advocated mainly by parties that hold to economic nationalist positions. While economically liberal, parties generally support free trade. Now, this is more of like, this is why I think branding it as populism makes more sense, because you're not necessarily concerned with all this stuff. You're more of like letting go of the economy side, letting trade sort of flourish throughout, unless maybe Andrew does hold to these positions. But I haven't got into any economic stuff with him as of yet. It's possible that he holds on to all these positions as well, and then in that case, he would be a completely Christian nationalist. But all I'm saying is there's a whole economic side to nationalism that doesn't necessarily get brought up as much. Whereas if you let that, if you're not focused on that aspect, then yeah, populism is where you're at. Does that make sense? No, I think I explained it better that way. All right.
Benefits for people getting married. That's just hard, obviously.
Yeah, you can literally just reform the tax laws. That takes care
I
of
don't
that.
even have a problem with that.
But why does the state?
Well, isn't that what?
Let's say that we took the state out of marriage altogether, okay? And now churches have the authority over who they're going to marry or not. You, a secularist, an atheist, what's to stop you from just declaring you're married? I'm married.
Right, but then there's no tax benefits. You don't get anything.
There's not really much in the way of tax benefits now. And the earned income child credit, you get it whether you're married or not. So, like, what are you really taking away from people?
That's all I'm really saying is the benefits of why people get married is
nobody gets married for a fucking tax break, dude. Could you even imagine that? Hey, baby, I can't wait to marry you. I was thinking that I'd save a couple $1,000 on my income taxes this year.
Last thing on the marriage thing, because this is dumb. I don't know if you want to keep going on this, but what's the difference between getting married in your preferred church and then someone else doing it?
So some of the benefits of marriage: financial, health, social, health insurance. Spouses can choose the better or cheap health insurance plan. Social Security. Married couples have access to a wider range of Social Security benefits, including survivor benefits. I forgot to bring that up. My own fault. Tax benefits. Married couples may have lower taxes due to wider tax brackets and higher phase-out thresholds. I feel like nobody wants to get rid of that. Housing. Couples save money on housing by living together. Mortgages. Couples may qualify for a better mortgage rate and a down payment. And there's other social benefits. So I don't know. I was trying to get into that area of things, and he was like just not having it. And by the way, to his own credit, that was some very Mayweather tactic style going on there. I think I had some good points to be made right there, and I sort of was not landing anything here. So it's my fault. I should have been a little more prepared for this part, for the benefit stuff, because other people pointed it out. Like, no, we don't get married for the benefits, but the benefits are what make marriage like marriage is there because you love somebody, you want to marry them, you want to have a family with them. But the benefits are just like a plus. Like, they're there because the system's working. So like, I don't have to say people get married for their benefits, but I could say the benefits are there and people prefer those things. And why should we stop those things? I should have had something prepared in that direction. And Andrew's credit, he dodged all this stuff. He dodged it
somewhere else.
What do you say? Well, so right now there's
When someone goes to Vegas and get married. Who
yeah,
cares?
right now there's a forcible recognition is what marriage is. I think if the state is out of marriage, that the social order of Christians, the force of that order, we would recognize proper marriage.
No way. Cyphus, Ignatius. I would love to see this clip. That would be funny as hell. Because then I would know for sure that this is him strategically getting out of my punches right here. I was yelling at my screen at you for this part, Neil. I'm not gonna lie, but you did better than I probably would. Maybe not. You probably could have did better than I did. It was on, dude. I was literally thrown in this debate one day before it happened, 24 hours, and I said, "Yeah, I'll do it." You know, he's good. He's good at what he does. He's a professional debater. What are you gonna do? I learned from it.
Which would lead to social shame, the types of marriages we don't like, without ever needing to use the prescription or power of law for discrimination.
Okay. What else would the church have powers in, as far as right now you have your three branches of government? Where's the church going to play into this?
What do you mean? They would just apply in a synergistic relationship.
Okay. What's the logistics of that?
Of a synergistic relationship?
Yeah.
It just means that they have power over culture, and culture has power over the dominance of governance.
There's a lot, like, what's the degree of that? That's very, to me, that's very vague. Like, are they going to be able to stop a movie from coming out?
They could through social pressures, yes. But they can do that now through social pressures.
Right. So social pressures is something anyone could do.
Yeah,
saying,
that's right.
What can the church do as
They
far
can
as the law?
apply social pressures just like anybody else could to stop a movie from coming
So
out.
why do you need theocracy for that? Then?
Who the fuck
I'm
advocates for
sorry,
theocracy?
I'm sorry, Christian nationalism. Then.
Because what is
Is there
Christian
a possible
nationalism?
now?
What is Christian nationalism? It's the movement towards Christianity being the dominant social force in society.
Okay.
So if the idea here is that Christians are getting rid of things like abortion.
You know what, Virillion? This is another failure on my part. This would have been a great question. What about divorce? What about divorce? Because we're kind of at a position, we're at a place now in the West. Divorces are pretty easy to get now. There's nothing stopping a divorce anymore. It's just like breaking up with your boyfriend or girlfriend. Like, there's nothing. And I don't think that Andrew likes that very much. I think Andrew wants to do something about that. And I didn't get there. I didn't go in that direction. I don't know why I wasn't thinking about that. But, you know, what are you going to do? I had a fun time, you know. Marlboro should sponsor him. He's right. They should sponsor him.
Smut movies, things like this, they can do that through social power. It's just the realization that Christians have the social power to do it. Like, let me give you an example. Remember during COVID-19 that almost every place shut down? They told them to shut down except what? Churches. They went, no, we're not doing that. That created actually a huge social pushback. That nobody else was defying the government except the church, except churches, right? Who said, no, we're not doing it. We're not going to do this. No way. Not going to happen. That created a social dynamic of kind of fighting back. You know what I mean? It's the first time people have seen in a long time where churches were able to socially hit back. And so,
by the way, people don't know this. I don't say this. Like, you might not have known this about me. Just to show you how recent it was that I was actually still attending church. I was still attending church during COVID. That's how recent it was. 2020 is when I stopped going forever. Like, that was like that was the end. But yeah, I was up until 2020 when COVID hit. I was still going to church. 2018, 2019. I was not going as frequent. I was already on the way out during COVID. But I remember hearing about old Don that passed away because he couldn't stop going to church and he got COVID and he died. I remember that. I remember I was there. I was still I was still in the mix of the church. I was still there. I was actually some of you might know this if you've been watching my channel since day one. I got into a van with some people, and we drove to Washington D.C. on January 6th, and I watched all that shit go down. I was there. That was my church. That Anyways. But yeah, I don't know why I brought that up. Why did I bring that up? I have no idea.
So that created a kind of dominant force or some sort of inertia towards something. So what we're looking to do is create that same social force in society towards what it is that we want, necessarily thinking that will at some point inform laws, but we don't have to change the entire process. I postulate the entire process will change over time anyway, if the social foundation is predominantly Christian.
My other question was, like, okay, the degeneracy thing.
You really thought you had some of that theocracy?
No, I care about freedom of expression. I'm not pro-degeneracy, but I know there's levels of what people consider degeneracy, and what some people have higher tolerances for things.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Is it perfectly acceptable for you inside of this kind of government theory that you have in your head, if Christians as individuals use the force of social shame and the force of kind of where we put our money, things like this, in order to
Gnosis just means knowledge. That's all it means. There's nothing special about Gnostics. It just means I know.
stop companies from releasing products we don't like, to stop companies from doing things we don't like, even to stop governments from passing laws we don't like. Is there any actual objection to that?
Through the system right now, no.
No.
So like I don't have any issues with.
But Christianity,
I disagree with the politics.
Yeah.
The last election is the last election. People voted, and that's what it is.
Sure.
But that's democratic republic. That's the.
Yeah, that's just the structure of governance.
It's working.
But like I said, Christianity can exist in any type of government structure.
Yeah.
What I'm saying to you is that.
So BS, you seeing what I'm seeing, right? I'm in there. I'm throwing punches, and I'm trying to give him credit. He was Mayweathering the shit out of me in this fight. I didn't land anything. I don't think I landed anything in this whole fucking thing. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, he got me. Last time I debated him, he got me with the KO, with the whole what's the scientific method, and I was like, wait, what is it again? And I was like, fuck, that looks bad. That looks bad when you don't even, because it's such a simple definition. And like it's been like, and then people told me, he does that to everybody. And I was like, no way. And then people showed me clips of other people getting hit. I was like, oh, that's bad. So this time I was a little more like, he's not going to get me with any of those. But his plan the whole time wasn't to do any of that. It was to just let me throw punches and not land anything. So, what are you going to do? Not every fight is a knockout, Sometimes you got to win strategically. And that's just what happened in this one. This one was just, unfortunately, this one was like I don't know if you guys remember when Mayweather fought De La Hoya. I think it was like 2006, I want to say. De La Hoya looked like he was winning the whole time. He was every round, it was De La Hoya throwing punches, and Mayweather was just like this. And then all of a sudden it came to the end. No one got knocked out. Nobody got knocked out. And I didn't know who won. I couldn't tell what happened. And I'm not an expert in boxing, but I'm like, what the fuck did I just watch? Nobody got knocked out. That was a boring ass fight. And then all of a sudden the judges decided Mayweather won. And then I looked at the score and Mayweather destroyed him. What the hell? And it's because sometimes strategically you don't want to go in with offense. You want to play defense and let the other fighter throw some punches and just let him look stupid by throwing a bunch of haymakers that don't land. This is one of those situations where Andrew decided he was going to switch it up and pull a Mayweather on me. And I will, look, the guy he's I'm not going to say he's a sophist, but like he knows the art of sophistry a little bit. He knows he does this shit. I don't do this shit every day. I think it's fun though. I want to get better at it. I'm not going to lie. I want to get better at it. So I'm working on it.
That doesn't mean it gets to be the predominant social force, and it's not right now. If Christianity was truly the dominant social force in society, porn wouldn't exist. right? It wouldn't exist. We would have laws against it. We would have laws against the transgender, doing reassignment surgery for kids. We'd have laws against these things.
But it's not just Christianity that has ethical dispositions against porn, for example. Other faiths do the same thing.
Can't wait for them to join us in our fight for social supremacy of Christianity. Great.
So what's the difference between what's going on right now and then just people are becoming Christian?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the difference between what you're saying and?
Because right now Christianity is not the dominant social force in the United States. The aim of Christian nationalism is to make it so. My evidence
I thought you said it was just realizing that they have the power.
No, what do you mean realizing they have the power?
I thought you just said it's them realizing that they actually do have the power because they're the most dominant group.
Yeah, I misheard him on that part. He said something completely different when I was watching it back. So this is just me looking like an idiot here.
No, that's not what I said. I think you're talking about when I was talking about churches.
He's like, huh?
When our clean shiny truck arrives at your house, it's the sign of a new beginning. 1-800-GOT-JUNK is full.
Themselves realizing they had power to fight back against COVID.
Right.
Yeah. That which was a thing where people realized, wait, the church. So when you talk about institutional power in the United States, the left wing's institutional power is through media, right? I don't think we would disagree there, right? It has been through media for the last 60 years. And through these various tech companies until recently, that's been a huge source of their power too, for propaganda, this and that. All the right really has is just, the largest institution we could have, which is churches. But for a long time, they've been very silent on political issues, haven't really pushed too hard on them, except for maybe abortion. What Christian nationalism is proposing is that the social order inside of society be shaken up, where Christians become the dominant force and stay that way. For social cohesion, adherence, and then eventually policy shaping will be in the image of those ethics. It's not a radical overhaul. It's not necessary for there to be a radical overhaul of the current laws and regulations, because if people follow those ethics and their constituents follow those ethics, those things will be demanded anyway.
And what happens when different denominations and when the Protestants start arguing with the Catholics and the Catholics start arguing with the Orthodoxy? What happens then?
What happens then is that we have theological differences, and then we start arguing about which one becomes the social force, which has always happened. But the kind of uniform ethics of those who believe in the Nicene Creed, right? They don't change. Not kind of the universal grounding. We're going to agree on a lot more than we disagree about. Yes, we'll fight over theology. That's true. But atheists fight over all sorts of different things when it comes to science and harm principles and stuff like this. It seems to still be okay. They can still unite over some issues, and it seems to be all right for them.
And this is just kind of a joke, but the Methodist types that are, that obviously you're not a fan of.
Yeah.
What about them?
What about them?
What are they? They're Christian.
All right. So I kind of said this jokingly, but this actually could have been a serious point here. There are quite a substantial amount of like left-leaning, very, very left-wing churches that support I'm not even talking about the trans churches. I'm talking about like the Biden Catholics who are like liberal, that type of shit. And like they have more power right now than anyone else does right now. Maybe not. Maybe not. Mike Johnson's pretty conservative. I should say that. But there is a divide, I should say. I shouldn't say they don't have the most power, but they have a lot of power. Where are they going to go? How do you get rid of them? What do you do about them? Because they're Christian and they're rallying Christians in some ways. Maybe not voting in your favor either. But what do you do about that? What do you like? How do you get them to either not be who they are or to follow you? You see what I'm saying? Like, to me, it seems like that's going to be an issue. I shouldn't have said this was a joke. I should have been more serious about this point, right? This is actually a serious point. Because if you're going to have Christian nationalism, there's going to be a lot of Christians that are going to be a lot of Methodists or whatever the hell, Catholics. Catholics are not all conservatives, by the way. There's a lot of left-leaning Catholics. I know some. I can think of some right now who are left-leaning Catholic. I mean, the look at Biden, So I don't know. I should have been more. I should have brought this. I should have stuck on this a little bit longer.
Christians, right? Do they have a say in your Christian?
Yeah, as far as the dominant force in society, I still think that even Protestants bring more value to the table than secularists and atheists.
And I let him get through on that by saying even Protestants, because a lot of Protestants are more conservative than he is. I'm not kidding. My pastor, the church I was going to, was the most conservative person I've ever met in my entire life. I've never met anyone more conservative in my entire life to this very day. I mean, this guy was like, he thinks there should be a monarchy. That's how conservative he was. He wants Trump to be king. That's how, I'm not kidding. That's how he was. Anyways, the Catholics, on the other hand, are like very center left, center rightish, like very much in the center. Like they're not MAGA as much. So I should have been like, what do you mean about why are you saying even Protestants? What about Catholics that are left wing? That's what I should have said right here.
Atheists and people like this. Now, yes, I agree
I'm
with
not
you.
talking about
Some Protestants are problematic. That's true. Okay. And you have some churches which have the LGBTQ stuff. It's disgusting, this type of thing.
Right.
Right. But if you were to have Christianity become, again, a prominent social force in society, those things would begin to be whittled away. They're already fought and resisted at every single metric. At least within, I mean, most Christians, for instance, if you have an LGBTQ church, they don't consider you Christian.
Here's what I should have said. How do you do? Well, you got the Pope who's still there. The Pope is pretty damn left wing. How do you stop his influence? Because his influence stretches all the way to the country of the United States. You can't get rid of that. You can't. How do you fight that? That is a force that's been there since the 1980s. This sort of liberal, conservative, liberal, center right style of Catholicism it's been there for a long time. You know, the charity people, you know, those type of people. Anyways,
I mean, it's going to walk away from that, right?
I guess the thing I'm hung up on right now is what we just saw in the last election. Was people coming out to vote, mostly the Christian right, and winning in winning all of the swing states, winning the House, winning the Senate. What is wrong with this? How is that not working? That needs that seems
it is working. So what?
So what do you need Christian nationalism for?
Because here's the reason it worked is because Christian nationalists like me were pushing Christian ethics to be the dominant social form of society by pointing out that, hey, these progressive values, the things that these progressives want to do, and this mass degeneracy is not working well for society. And so it was through tens of thousands of men like me, even to some degree like.
So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because it's already been 4.5 hours. It's almost 2 a.m. and I want to close this out a little bit. We kind of go back and forth with the same kind of stuff, but I want to skip ahead to a point that I thought.
Do you think that was Trump's idea, or do you
think it's
that was
in
the fact
49
that,
around here?
What you're doing is
It's been 2 years since that disaster struck the city's population.
Something I think I missed is like 49 minutes, something like that. I might be wrong. Let's see.
Here's the values that I have, and I'm willing to kill on behalf of them. Those are the values they have. They're willing to kill on behalf of them. But if it's all subjective and nonsense,
I'm confused.
If
You're saying
it's all subjective and nonsense, right? You're both applying the same standards.
Here
I
we
don't
go.
know how you can
This is
criticize
it.
That's what I was saying. We just came back around to what I was saying. I'm saying, even though I don't believe, it doesn't matter if I believe in Christianity or not. There's a reality behind it. What I'm saying, it's the same.
There's reality to the
This
effects.
is
of
it.
yes.
This is it.
And so
what I'm saying, what I postulate is that our social order, right, the social order of the United States should move towards Christian ethics. That would be much better for the United States. I mean, come on, Dawkins himself wasn't Dawkins a guy recently? He's like, oh, I really miss the Christmas carols because I was able to wear
I love Christmas
the
time. I
gayest of
agree.
sweaters, and I just miss them.
I also really enjoy when I'm studying ancient Greek and Roman religion. Well, there's things about religion that are great, and I don't think it's necessarily just
So this push for the social order being dominantly Christian and the dominant Christian effect in society, that's what Christian nationalism is proposing, that we move so far away from those values that now we have other values which are
all right, so you get the point. We ended up kind of in a stalemate in the sense where I'm trying to get him to I shouldn't say get him, but I was assuming that he was going to sort of argue for a sort of state that the church was in power. But he kind of just said, no, the system that's here now, we're going to use that for our favor. And it's going to work in our direction. And hopefully everything works out. And then when we get in power, then we repeal the 19th Amendment. Then we go through this. Then we go through that. Then we change the school system. Then we change the school system. Now, here's the thing about that. I cannot say I disagree with that. I don't think it's going to happen at all. I think the opposite is going to happen. I think we're going to get more liberal as we go forward. I think religion is going to go into different directions than Christianity, especially nationalism. So I don't disagree with how he wants to do it. I think we just disagree on the outcomes. I don't really have any more to say on that. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand what I'm saying here? Like, I know people want me to like go through this thing and try to debunk everything he said, but what he said, I don't have a problem with. I don't. Because all he's saying is the system that we have now, the one that you love and the one I love, I just need it to work in my favor. And that's like, I get it. So do I. So does everybody, by the way. Every single person that's alive wants the system to work in their favor. And so Anyways, I did say I wanted to shut this off at 4 hours, and it's been way past that. So, that being said, I'm going to hit that outro. And thanks, everybody. I'm going to go eat some food. I'm fucking hungry, and I'm going to go to bed. And where's my outro? There it is. That's not it.
You have just attained true gnosis. The demiurge has no power over